The Sonnets of Michelangelo Buonarroti and Tommaso Campanella, translated by John Addington Symonds. Prefatory Note. 2 SFA. After some deliberation, and at the risk of offending the sensibility of scholars, I have adopted the Old English spelling of Michelangelo's name, feeling that no orthographical accuracy can outweigh the associations implied in that familiar title. Michelangelo has a place among the highest, with Homer and Titian, with Virgil and Petrarch, with Raphael and Paul. Nor do I imagine that any alteration for the better would be effected by substituting for these time-honored names Homeros and Tiziano, Virgilius and Petrarca, Raffaello and Paulus. I wish here to express my heartiest thanks to Signore Pasquale Villari for valuable assistance kindly rendered in the interpretation of some difficult passages of Campanella, and to Signore V. de Tivoli for calling my attention to the sonnet of Michelangelo deciphered by him on the back of a drawing in the Taylor Gallery at Oxford. Portions both of the introduction and the translations forming this volume have already appeared in the Contemporary Review and the Cornhill Magazine. Davos Platz, December 1877. Introduction. 1. It is with diffidence that I offer a translation of Michelangelo's sonnets, for the first time completely rendered into English rhyme, and that I venture on a version of Campanella's philosophical poems. My excuse, if I can plead any for so bold an attempt, may be found in this, that, so far as I am aware, no other English writer has dealt with Michelangelo's verses since the publication of his autograph, while Campanella's sonnets have hitherto been almost utterly unknown. Something must be said to justify the issue of poems so dissimilar in a single volume. Michelangelo and Campanella represent widely sundered, though almost contemporaneous, movements in the evolution of the Italian genius. Michelangelo was essentially an artist, living in the prime of the Renaissance. Campanella was a philosopher, born when the Counter-Reformation was doing all it could to blight the free thought of the 16th century, and when the modern spirit of exact inquiry, in a few philosophical martyrs, was opening a new stage for European science. The one devoted all his mental energies to the realization of beauty, the other strove to ascertain truth. The one clung to Ficino's dream of Platonizing Christianity, the other constructed for himself a new theology, founded on the conception of God immanent in nature. Michelangelo expressed the aspirations of a solitary life dedicated to the service of art, at a time when art received the suffrage and the admiration of all Italy. Campanella gave utterance to a spirit, exiled and isolated, misunderstood by those with whom he lived, at a moment when philosophy was hunted down as heresy and imprisoned as treason to the public weal. The marks of this difference in the external and internal circumstances of the two poets might be multiplied indefinitely, yet they had much in common. Both stood above their age, and in a sense aloof from it. Both approached poetry in the spirit of thinkers bent upon extricating themselves from the trivialities of contemporary literature. The sonnets of both alike are contributions to philosophical poetry in an age when the Italians had lost their ancient manliness and energy. Both were united by the ties of study and affection to the greatest singer of their nation, Dante, at a time when Petrarch, thrice deluded and emasculated, was the Phoebus of academies and coteries. This common antagonism to the degenerate genius of Italian literature is the link which binds Michelangelo, the veteran giant of the Renaissance, to Campanella, the audacious titan of the modern age. 2. My translation of Michelangelo's sonnets has been made from Signor Cesare Guasti's edition of the autograph, first given to the world in 1863. This masterpiece of laborious and minute scholarship is based upon a collation of the various manuscripts preserved in the Casa Buonarroti at Florence, with the Vatican and other codices. It adheres to the original orthography of Michelangelo and omits no fragment of his indubitable compositions. Signor Guasti prefaces the text he has so carefully prepared with a discourse upon the poetry of Michelangelo and a description of the manuscripts. To the poems themselves he adds a prose paraphrase, and prints on the same page with each composition the version published by Michelangelo Buonarroti in 1623. Before the publication of this volume, all studies of Michelangelo's poetry, all translations made of it, and all hypotheses deduced from the sculptor's verse in explanation of his theory or his practice as an artist, were based upon the edition of 1623. It will not be superfluous to describe what that edition was, and how its text differed from that now given to the light, in order that the relation of my own English version to those which have preceded it may be rightly understood. Michelangelo seems to have entertained no thought of printing his poems in his lifetime. He distributed them freely among his friends, of whom Sebastiano del Piombo, Luigi del Riccio, Donato Giannotti, Vittoria Colonna, and Tommaso de Cavalieri were in this respect the most favored. In course of time, some of these friends, partly by the gift of the originals and partly by obtaining copies, formed more or less complete collections, and it undoubtedly occurred to more than one to publish them. Ascanio Condivi, at the close of his biography, makes this announcement: "I hope ere long to make public some of his sonnets and madrigals, which I have been long collecting, both from himself and others who possessed them, with the view to proving to the world the force of his inventive genius and the beauty of the thoughts produced by that divine spirit." Condivi's promise was not fulfilled. With the exception of 2 or 3 pieces printed by Vasari and the extracts quoted by Varchi in his Lezione, the poems of Michelangelo remained in manuscript for 59 years after his death. The most voluminous collection formed part of the Buonarroti archives, but a large quantity preserved by Luigi da Riccio and from him transferred to Fulvio Orsini had passed into the Vatican Library, when Michelangelo the Younger conceived the plan of publishing his granduncle's poetry. Michelangelo obtained leave to transcribe the Vatican manuscripts with his own hand, and after taking pains to collate all the autographs and copies in existence, he set himself to compare their readings and to form a final text for publication. Here, however, began what we may call the tragedy of his rifacimento. The more he studied his great ancestor's verses, the less he liked or dared to edit them unaltered. Some of them expressed thoughts and sentiments offensive to the Church. In some the Florentine patriots spoke over boldly. Others exposed their author to misconstruction on the score of personal morality. All were ungrammatical, rude in versification, crabbed and obscure in thought, the rough-hewn blockings out of poems rather than finished works of art, as it appeared to the scrupulous, decorous, elegant, and timorous academician of a feebler age. While pondering these difficulties and comparing the readings of his many manuscripts, the thought occurred to Michelangelo that, between leaving the poems unpublished and printing them in all their rugged boldness, lay the middle course of reducing them to smoothness of diction, lucidity of meaning, and propriety of sentiment. In other words, he began, as Signor Guasti pithily describes his method, to change halves of lines, whole verses, ideas. If he found a fragment, he completed it. If brevity involved the thought in obscurity, he amplified it. If the obscurity seemed incurable, he amputated. For superabundant wealth of conception he substituted vacuity, smoothed asperities, softened salient lights. The result was that a medley of garbled phrases, additions, alterations, and sophistications was foisted on the world as the veritable product of the mighty sculptor's genius. That Michelangelo meant well to his illustrious ancestor is certain. That he took the greatest pains in executing his ungrateful and disastrous task is no less clear. But the net result of his meddlesome benevolence has been that now, for 2 centuries and a half, the greatest genius of the Italian Renaissance has worn the ill-fitting disguise prepared for him by a literary breeches-maker. In fact, Michelangelo the poet suffered no less from his grandnephew than Michelangelo the fresco painter from his follower Daniele da Volterra. Nearly all Michelangelo's sonnets expressed personal feelings, and by far the greater number of them were composed after his 60th year. To whom they were addressed we know only in a few instances. Vittoria Colonna and Tommaso de' Cavalieri, the 2 most intimate friends of his old age in Rome, received from him some of the most pathetically beautiful of his love poems. But to suppose that either the one or the other was the object of more than a few well-authenticated sonnets would be hazardous. Nothing is more clear than that Michelangelo worshipped beauty in the Platonic spirit, passing beyond its personal and specific manifestations to the universal and impersonal. This thought is repeated over and over again in his poetry, and if we bear in mind that he habitually regarded the loveliness of man or woman as a sign and symbol of eternal and immutable beauty, we shall feel it of no less importance to discover who it was that prompted him to this or that poetic utterance. That the loves of his youth were not so tranquil as those of his old age appears not only from the regrets expressed in his religious verses, but also from 1 or 2 of the rare sonnets referable to his manhood. The love of beauty, the love of Florence, and the love of Christ are the 3 main motives of his poetry. This is not the place to discuss at length the nature of his philosophy, his patriotism, or his religion, to inquire how far he retained the early teaching of Ficino and Savonarola, or to trace the influence of Dante and the Bible on his mind. I may, however, refer my readers who are interested in these questions to the discourse of Signor Guasti, the learned essay of Mr. J. E. Taylor, and the refined study of Mr. W. H. Pater. My own views will be found expressed in the 3rd volume of my Renaissance in Italy, and where I think it necessary I shall take occasion to repeat them in the notes appended to my translation. 3. Michelangelo's madrigals and sonnets were eagerly sought for during his lifetime. They formed the themes of learned academical discourses, and won for him the poet's crown in death. Upon his tomb the muse of song was carved in company with sculpture, architecture, and painting. Since the publication of the Rifacimento in 1623, his verses have been used among the testi di lingua by Italians, and have been studied in the three great languages of Europe. The fate of Campanella's philosophical poems has been very different. It was owing to a fortunate chance that they survived their author, and until the year 1834 they were wholly and entirely unknown in Italy. The history of their preservation is so curious that I cannot refrain from giving some account of it, before proceeding to sketch so much of Campanella's life and doctrine as may be necessary for the understanding of his sonnets. The poems were composed during Campanella's imprisonment at Naples, and from internal evidence there is good reason to suppose that the greater part of them were written at intervals in the first 14 years of the 25 he passed in confinement. In the descriptive catalogue of his own works, the philosopher mentions 7 books of sonnets and canzoni, which he calls le cantiche. Whether any of these would have been printed but for a mere accident is doubtful. A German gentleman, named Tobia Adami, who is supposed to have been a court councillor at Weimar, after travelling through Greece, Syria, and Palestine, in company with a young friend called Rodolph von Bunau, visited Campanella in his dungeon. A close intimacy sprang up between them, and Adami undertook to publish several works of the philosopher in testimony of his admiration. Among these were Le Cantiche. Instead, however, of printing the poems in extenso, he made a selection, choosing those apparently which took his fancy, and which, in his opinion, threw most light on Campanella's philosophical theories. It is clear that he neglected the author's own arrangement, since there is no trace of the division into 7 books. What proportion the selection bore to the whole bulk of the manuscript seems to me uncertain, though the latest editor asserts that it formed only a 7th part. The manuscript itself is lost, and Adami's edition of the specimens is all that now remains as a basis for the text of Campanella's poems. This first edition was badly printed in Germany on very bad paper, without the name of press or place. Besides the poems, it contained a brief prose commentary by the editor, the value of which is still very great, since we have the right to suppose that Adami's explanations embodied what he had received by word of mouth from Campanella. The little book bore this title, Scelta d'alcune poesie filosofiche di Settimontano Squilla cavate da suoi libri detti La Cantica, con l'esposizione stampato nell'anno 1622. The pseudonym of Squilla is a pun upon Campanella's name, since both campana and squilla mean a bell, while Settimontano contains a quaint allusion to the fact that the philosopher's skull was remarkable for 7 protuberances. A very few copies of the unpretending little volume were printed, and none of these seem to have found their way into Italy, though it is possible that they had a certain circulation in Germany. At any rate, there is reason to suppose that Leibniz was not unacquainted with the poems, while Herder, in the Renaissance of German literature, published free translations from a few of the sonnets in his Adrastea. To this circumstance we owe the reprint of 1834, published at Lugano by John Gaspar Orelli, the celebrated Zurich scholar. Early in his youth, Orelli was delighted with the German version made by Herder, and during his manhood, while residing as Protestant pastor at Bergamo, he used his utmost endeavours to procure a copy of the original. In his preface to the reprint, he tells us that these efforts were wholly unsuccessful through a period of 25 years. He applied to all his literary friends, among whom he mentions the ardent Ugo Foscolo and the learned Mazzucchelli, but none of these could help him. He turned the pages of Crescimbeni, Quadrio, Gamba, Corniani, Tiraboschi, weighty with enormous erudition, and only those who make a special study of Italian know how little has escaped their scrutiny, but found no mention of Campanella as a poet. At last, after the lapse of a quarter of a century, he received the long-coveted little quarto volume from Wolfenbüttel in the north of Germany. The new edition which Orelli gave to the press at Lugano has this title, Poesie filosofiche di Tommaso Campanella, pubblicate per la prima volta in Italia da Giovanni Gaspare Orelli, professore all'Università di Zurigo, Lugano, 1834. The text has been again reprinted at Turin in 1854 by Alessandro d'Ancona, together with some of Campanella's minor works and an essay on his life and writings. This third edition professes to have improved Orelli's punctuation, and to have rectified his readings. But it still leaves much to be desired on the score of careful editorship. Neither Orelli nor d'Ancona has done much to clear up the difficulties of the poems, difficulties in many cases obviously due to misprints and errors of the first transcriber, while in 1 or 2 instances they allow patent blunders to pass uncorrected. In the sonnet entitled Addio, for example, bocca stands for buca, in a place where sense and rhyme alike demand the restitution of the right word. At no time could the book have hoped for many readers. Least of all would it have found them among the Italians of the 17th and 18th centuries, to whom its energetic language and unfamiliar conceptions would have presented insuperable difficulties. Between Dante and Alfieri, no Italian poet except Michelangelo expressed so much deep thought and feeling in phrases so terse, and with originality of style so daring. And even Michelangelo is monotonous in the range of his ideas and uniform in his diction, when compared with the indescribable violence and vigor of Campanella. Campanella borrows little by way of simile or illustration from the outer world, and he never falls into the commonplaces of poetic phraseology. His poems exhibit the exact opposite of the Petrarchistic or Marinistic mannerism. Each sonnet seems to have been wrenched alive and palpitating from the poet's heart. There is no smoothness, no gradual unfolding of a theme, no rhetorical exposition, no fanciful embroidery, no sweetness of melodic cadence in his masculine art of poetry. Brusque, rough, violent in transition, leaping from the sublime to the ridiculous, his poems owe their elevation to the intensity of their feeling, the nobleness and condensation of their thought, the energy and audacity of their expression, their brevity, sincerity, and weight of sentiment. Campanella had an essentially combative intellect. He was both a poet and a philosopher militant. He stood alone, making war upon the authority of Aristotle in science, of Machiavelli in statecraft, and of Petrarch in art, taking the fortress of phrase by storm, and subduing the hardest material of philosophy to the tyranny of his rhymes. Plebeian saws, salient images, dry sentences of metaphysical speculation, logical summaries, and fiery tirades are hurled together, half crude and cindery scoriae, half molten metal and resplendent ore, from the volcano of his passionate mind. Such being the nature of Campanella's style, when in addition it is remembered that his text is sometimes hopelessly corrupt and his allusions obscure, the difficulties offered by his sonnets to the translator will be readily conceived. 4. At the end of the 16th and the beginning of the 17th centuries, philosophy took a new point of departure among the Italians, and all the fundamental ideas which have since formed the staple of modern European systems were anticipated by a few obscure thinkers. It is noticeable that the state of Naples, hitherto comparatively inert in the intellectual development of Italy, furnished the 5 writers who preceded Bacon, Leibniz, Schelling, and Comte. Telesio of Cosenza, Bruno of Nola, Campanella of Stilo, Vanini, and Vico of Naples are the chief among these novi homines, or pioneers of modern thought. The characteristic point of this new philosophy was an unconditional return to nature as the source of knowledge, combined with a belief in the intuitive forces of the human reason, so that from the first it showed 2 sides or faces to the world, the one positive, scientific, critical, and analytical, the other mystical, metaphysical, subjective. Modern materialism and modern idealism were both contained in the audacious guesses of Bruno and Campanella. Nor had the time arrived for clearly separating the 2 strains of thought, or for attempting a systematic synthesis of knowledge under one or the other head. The men who led this weighty intellectual movement burned with the passionate ardor of discoverers, the fiery enthusiasm of confessors. They stood alone, sustained but little by intercourse among themselves, and wholly misunderstood by the people round them. Italy, sunk in sloth, priest-ridden, tyrant-ridden, exhausted with the unparalleled activity of the Renaissance, besotted with the vices of slavery and slow corruption, had no ears for spirit-thrilling prophecy. The Church, terrified by the Reformation, when she chanced to hear those strange voices sounding through the blessed mutter of the Mass, burned the prophets. The State, represented by absolute Spain, if it listened to them at all, flung them into prison. To both Church and State there was peril in the new philosophy, for the new philosophy was the first birth-cry of the modern genius, with all the crudity and clearness, the brutality and uncompromising sincerity of youth. The Church feared nature. The State feared the people. Nature and the people, those watchwords of modern science and modern liberty, were already on the lips of the philosophers. It was a philosophy armed, errant, exiled, a philosophy in chains and solitary, at war with society, authority, opinion, self-sustained by the prescience of ultimate triumph, and invincible through the sheer force of passionate conviction. The men of whom I speak were conscious of pariahdom, and eager to be martyred in the glorious cause. A very Proteus is the philosopher, says Pomponazzo. Seeking to penetrate the secrets of God, he is consumed with ceaseless cares. He forgets to thirst, to hunger, to sleep, to eat. He is derided of all men. He is held for a fool and irreligious person. He is persecuted by inquisitors. He becomes a gazing-stock to the common folk. These are the gains of the philosopher. These are his guerdon. Pomponazzo's words were prophetic. Of the 5 philosophers whom I mentioned, Vanini was burned as an atheist, Bruno was burned, and Campanella was imprisoned for a quarter of a century. Both Bruno and Campanella were Dominican friars. Bruno was persecuted by the Church and burned for heresy. Campanella was persecuted by both Church and State, and was imprisoned on the double charge of sedition and heresy. Dormitantium animarum excubitor was the self-given title of Bruno. Nunquam tacebo was the favorite motto of Campanella. Giovanni Domenico Campanella was born in the year 1568 at Stilo in Calabria, one of the most southern townships of all Italy. In his boyhood he showed a remarkable faculty for acquiring and retaining knowledge, together with no small dialectical ability. His keen interest in philosophy and his admiration for the great Dominican doctors Thomas Aquinas and Albertus Magnus induced him at the age of 15 to enter the order of St. Dominic, exchanging his secular name for Tommaso. But the old alliance between philosophy and orthodoxy, drawn up by scholasticism and approved by the medieval Church, had been succeeded by mutual hostility, and the youthful thinker found no favor in the cloister of Cosenza, where he now resided. The new philosophy taught by Telesio placed itself in direct antagonism to the pseudo-Aristotelian tenets of the theologians, and founded its own principles upon the interrogation of nature. Telesio, says Bacon, was the prince of the novi homines, or inaugurators of modern thought. It was natural that Campanella should be drawn towards this great man. But the superiors of his convent prevented his forming the acquaintance of Telesio, and though the two men dwelt in the same city of Cosenza, Campanella never knew the teacher he admired so passionately. Only when the old man died and his body was exposed in the church before burial did the neophyte of philosophy approach the bier and pray beside it and place palms upon the dead. From this time forward Campanella became an object of suspicion to his brethren. They perceived that the fire of the new philosophy burned in his powerful nature with incalculable and explosive force. He moved restlessly from place to place, learning and discussing, drawing men towards him by the magnetism of a noble personality, and preaching his new gospel with perilous audacity. His papers were seized at Bologna, and at Rome the Holy Inquisition condemned him to perpetual incarceration on the ground that he derived his science from the devil, that he had written the book De Tribus Impostoribus, that he was a follower of Democritus, and that his opposition to Aristotle savoured of gross heresy. At the same time, the Spanish government of Naples accused him of having set foot on a dangerous conspiracy for overthrowing the viceregal power and establishing a communistic commonwealth in southern Italy. Though nothing was proved satisfactorily against him, Campanella was held a prisoner under the sentence which the Inquisition had pronounced upon him. He was, in fact, a man too dangerous, too original in his opinions, and too bold in their enunciation to be at large. For 25 years he remained in Neapolitan dungeons. 3 times during that period he was tortured to the verge of dying, and at last he was released, while quite an old man, at the urgent request of the French court. Not many years after his liberation, Campanella died. The numerous philosophical works on metaphysics, mathematics, politics, and aesthetics, which Campanella gave to the press, were composed during his long imprisonment. How they came to be printed I do not know, but it is obvious that he cannot have been strictly debarred from writing by his jailers. In prison, too, he made both friends and converts. We have seen that we owe the publication of a portion of his poems to the visit of a German knight. 5. The sonnets by Campanella translated in this volume might be arranged under 4 headings: philosophical, political, prophetic, personal. The philosophical group throw light on Campanella's relation to his predecessors and his antagonism to the pseudo-Aristotelian scholasticism of the Middle Ages. They furthermore explain his conception of the universe as a complex animated organism, his conviction that true knowledge can only be gained by the interrogation of nature, his doctrine of human life and action, and his judgment of the age in which he lived. The political sonnets fall into 2 groups: those which discuss royalty, nobility, and the sovereignty of the people, and those which treat of the several European states. The prophetic sonnets seem to have been suggested by the misery and corruption of Italy, and express the poet's belief in the speedy triumph of right and reason. It is here, too, that his astrological opinions are most clearly manifested, for Campanella was far from having outgrown the belief in planetary influences. Indeed, his own metaphysical speculations, involving the principle of immanent vitality in the material universe, gave a new value to the dreams of the astrologers. Among the personal sonnets may be placed those which refer immediately to his own sufferings in prison, to his friendships, and to the ideal of the philosophic character. I have thought it best, while indicating this 4-fold division, to preserve the order adopted by Adami, since each of the reprints accessible to modern readers, both that of Orelli and that of d'Ancona, maintains the arrangement of the Editio Princeps. 2 sonnets of the prophetic group I have omitted, partly because they have no bearing on the world as it exists for us at present, and partly because they are too studiously obscure for profitable reproduction. As in the case of Michelangelo, so also in that of Campanella, I have left the canzoni untouched, except by way of illustration in the notes appended to my volume. They are important and voluminous enough to form a separate book, nor do they seem to me so well adapted as the sonnets for translation into English. To give reasons for my choice of certain readings in the case of either Michelangelo's or Campanella's text, to explain why I have sometimes preferred a strictly literal and sometimes a more paraphrastic rendering, or to set forth my views in detail regarding the compromises which are necessary in translation, and which must vary according to the exigencies of each successive problem offered by the original, would occupy too much space. Where I have thought it absolutely necessary, I have referred to such points in my notes. It is enough here to remark that the difficulties presented to the translator by Michelangelo and by Campanella are of different kinds. Both, indeed, pack their thoughts so closely that it is not easy to reproduce them without either awkwardness or sacrifice of matter. But while Campanella is difficult from the abruptness of his transitions and the violence of his phrases, Michelangelo has the obscurity of a writer whose thoughts exceed his power of expression, and who complicates the verbal form by his endeavor to project what cannot easily be said in verse. A little patience will generally make it clear what Campanella meant, except in cases where the text itself is corrupt. But it may sometimes be doubted whether Michelangelo could himself have done more than indicate the general drift of his thought, or have disengaged his own conception from the tangled skein of elliptical and ungrammatical sentences in which he has enveloped it. The form of Campanella's poetry, though often grotesque, is always clear. Michelangelo has left too many of his compositions in the same state as his marbles, unfinished and colossal abbozzi, which lack the final touches to make their outlines distinct. Under these circumstances, it can hardly happen that the translator should succeed in reproducing all the sharpness and vivacity of Campanella's style, or should wholly refrain from softening, simplifying, and prettifying Michelangelo in his attempt to produce an intelligible version. In both cases he is tempted to make his translation serve the purpose also of a commentary, and has to exercise caution and self-control, lest he impose a sense too narrow or too definite upon the original. So far as this was possible, I have adhered to the rhyming structure of my originals, feeling that this is a point of no small moment in translation. Yet when the choice lay between a sacrifice of metrical exactitude and a sacrifice of sense, I have not hesitated to prefer the former, especially in dealing with Campanella's quatrains. Michelangelo and Campanella follow different rules in their treatment of the triplets. Michelangelo allows himself 3 rhymes, while Campanella usually confines himself to 2. My practice has been to study in each sonnet the cadence both of thought and diction, so as to satisfy an English ear, accustomed to the various forms of termination exemplified by Spenser, Milton, Wordsworth, and Rossetti, the sweetest, the most sublime, the least artificial, and the most artful sonnet writers in our language. The short titles attached to each sonnet are intended to help the eye, rather than to guide the understanding of the reader. Michelangelo and his editors supply no arguments or mottos for his poems, while those printed by Adami in his edition of Campanella are, like mine, meant obviously to serve as signposts to the student. It may savor of impudence to ticket and to label little masterpieces, each one of which, like all good poems, is a microcosm of very varied meanings. Yet I have some authority in modern times for this impertinence, and when it is acknowledged that the titles merely profess to guide the reader through a labyrinth of abstract and reflective compositions, without attempting to supply him with a comprehensive argument or to dogmatize concerning the main drift of each poem, I trust that enough will have been said by way of self-defense against the charge of arrogance. The sonnet prefixed as a proem to the whole book is generally attributed to Giordano Bruno, in whose dialogue on the Eroici Furori it occurs. There seems, however, good reason to suppose that it was really written by Tanzillo, who recites it in that dialogue. Whoever may have been its author, it expresses in noble and impassioned verse the sense of danger, the audacity, and the exaltation of those pioneers of modern thought, for whom philosophy was a voyage of discovery into untraveled regions. Its spirit is rather that of Campanella than of Michelangelo, yet the elevation at which Michelangelo habitually lived in thought and feeling was so far above the plains of common life, that from the summit of his solitary watchtower he might have followed even such high flyers as Bruno or as Campanella in their Icarian excursions with the eyes of speculative interest. Davos Platz, November 1877. Proem. The Philosophic Flight. Poi che spiegate. Now that these wings to speed my wish ascend, the more I feel vast air beneath my feet, the more toward boundless air on pinions fleet, spurning the earth, soaring to heaven, I tend. Nor makes them stoop their flight the direful end of Daedal's son, but upward still they beat. What life the while with my life can compete? Though dead to earth, at last I shall descend. My own heart's voice in the void air I hear, Where wilt thou bear me, O rash man? Recall thy daring will, this boldness waits on fear. Dread not, I answer, that tremendous fall. Strike through the clouds, and smile when death is near, if death so glorious be our doom at all. End of Proem. Section 1 of The Sonnets of Michelangelo Buonarroti and Tommaso Campanella. Translated by John Addington Symonds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Michelangelo, Sonnets 1 through 15. 1. Andante Alighieri. Dal ciel discese. From heaven his spirit came, and robed in clay, the realms of justice and of mercy trod. Then rose a living man to gaze on God, that he might make the truth as clear as day. For that pure star that brightened with his ray, the undeserving nest where I was born, the whole wide world would be a prize to scorn. None but his Maker can due guerdon pay. I speak of Dante, whose high work remains unknown, unhonored, by that thankless brood, who only to just men deny their wage. Were I but he, born for like lingering pains, against his exile coupled with his good, I'd gladly change the world's best heritage. 2. Andante Alighieri. Quante dirne si de. No tongue can tell of him what should be told, for on blind eyes his splendor shines too strong. 'Twere easier to blame those who wrought him wrong, than sound his least praise with a mouth of gold. He to explore the place of pain was bold, then soared to God, to teach our souls by song, the gates of heaven oped to bear his feet along. Against his just desire his country rolled. Thankless I call her, and to her own pain, the nurse of fell mischance, for sign take this, that ever to the best she deals more scorn, among 1,000 proofs let one remain. Though ne'er was fortune more unjust than his equal or his better ne'er was born. 3. To Pope Julius II. Signor se vero è. My lord, if ever ancient saw spake sooth, hear this which saith, who can doth never will. Lo, thou hast lent thine ear to fables still, rewarding those who hate the name of truth. I am thy drudge, and have been from my youth, thine like the rays which the sun's circle fill. Yet of my dear time's waste thou thinkest no ill, the more I toil, the less I move thy ruth. Once 'twas my hope to raise me by thy height, but 'tis the balance and the powerful sword of justice, not false echo, that we need. Heaven, as it seems, plants virtue and despite here on the earth, if this be our reward, to seek for fruit on trees too dry to breed. 4. On Rome in the pontificate of Julius II. Qua si fa elmi. Here helms and swords are made of chalices, the blood of Christ is sold so much the court. His cross and thorns are spears and shields, in short must be the time ere even his patience cease. Nay, let him come no more to raise the fees of this foul sacrilege beyond report, for Rome still flays and sells him at the court, where paths are closed to virtue's fair increase. Now were fit time for me to scrape a treasure, seeing that work and gain are gone, while he who wears the robe is my Medusa still. God welcomes poverty perchance with pleasure, but of that better life what hope have we, when the blessed banner leads to naught but ill? 5. To Giovanni da Pistoia. On the painting of the Sistine Chapel. Io ho già fatto un gozzo. I've grown a goiter by dwelling in this den, as cats from stagnant streams in Lombardy, or in what other land they hap to be, which drives the belly close beneath the chin. My beard turns up to heaven, my nape falls in. Fixed on my spine, my breastbone visibly grows like a harp, a rich embroidery bedews my face from brush drops thick and thin. My loins into my paunch like levers grind, my buttock like a crupper bears my weight. My feet unguided wander to and fro. In front my skin grows loose and long, behind, by bending it becomes more taut and straight. Crosswise I strain me like a Syrian bow. Whence false and quaint, I know, must be the fruit of squinting brain and eye. For ill can aim the gun that bends awry, Come then, Giovanni, try to succor my dead pictures and my fame, since foul I fare, and painting is my shame. 6. Invective against the people of Pistoia. Illo, vostra mercé. I've gotten it, thanks to your courtesy, and I have read it 20 times or so. Thus much may your sharp snarling profit you, as food our flesh filled to satiety. After I left you, I could plainly see how Cain was of your ancestors, I know. You do not shame his lineage, for lo, your brother's good still seems your injury. Envious you are, and proud, and foes to heaven, love of your neighbours still you loathe and hate, and only seek what must your ruin be. If to Pistoia Dante's curse was given, bear that in mind, enough. But if you prate praises of Florence, 'tis to wheedle me. A priceless jewel she, doubtless, but this you cannot understand, for pygmy virtue grasps not aught so grand. 7. To Luigi del Riccio. Nel dolce Duna. It happens that the sweet unfathomed sea of seeming courtesy sometimes doth hide offence to life and honour. This descried, I hold less dear the health restored to me. He who lends wings of hope, while secretly he spreads a traitorous snare by the wayside, hath dulled the flame of love, and mortified friendship where friendship burns most fervently. Keep then, my dear Luigi, clear and pure, that ancient love to which my life I owe, that neither wind nor storm its calm may mar, for wrath and pain our gratitude obscure. And if the truest truth of love I know, one pang outweighs 1,000 pleasures far. 8. To Luigi del Riccio, after the death of Cecchino Bracci. Appena prima. Scarce had I seen for the first time his eyes, which to your living eyes were life and light, when closed at last in death's injurious night, he opened them on God and paradise. I know it, and I weep, too late made wise. Yet was the fault not mine, for death's fell spite robbed my desire of that supreme delight, which in your better memory never dies. Therefore, Luigi, if the task be mine, to make unique Cecchino's smile and stone, forever, now that earth hath made him dim, if the beloved within the lover shine, since art without him cannot work alone, you must I carve to tell the world of him. 9. Thanks for a gift. Al zucchero alla mula. The sugar, candles, and the saddled mule, together with your cask of Malvoisie, so far exceed all my necessity, that Michael and not I my debt must rule. In such a glassy calm the breezes fool my sinking sails, so that amid the sea my bark hath missed her way, and seems to be a wisp of straw whirled on a weltering pool. To yield the gift for gift, and grace for grace, for food and drink, and carriage to and fro, for all my need in every time and place, O my dear Lord, matched with the much I owe, all that I am were no real recompense, paying a debt is not munificence. 10. To Gandolfo Porrino, on his mistress Faustina Mancina. La nuova alta beltà. That new transcendent fair who seems to be peerless in heaven as in the world of woe, the common folk, too blind her worth to know, and worship, called her left arm wantonly, was made, full well I know, for only thee. Nor could I carve or paint the glorious show of that fair face, to life thou needs must go, to gain the favour thou dost crave of me. If like the sun each star of heaven outshining, she conquers and outsoars our soaring thought, this bids thee rate her worth at its real price. Therefore, to satisfy thy ceaseless pining, once more in heaven hath God her beauty wrought. God and not I can people paradise. 11. To Giorgio Vasari, on the lives of the painters. Secondo stile. With pencil and with palette hitherto, you made your art high nature's paragon. Nay more, from nature her own prize you won, making what she made fair more fair to view. Now that your learned hand with labour new of pen and ink a worthier work hath done, what erst you lacked, what still remained her own, the power of giving life, is gained for you. If men in any age with nature vied in beauteous workmanship, they had to yield, when to the fated end years brought their name. You, re-illuming memories that died, in spite of time and nature have revealed, for them and for yourself, eternal fame. 12. To Vittoria Colonna, a matchless courtesy. Felice Spirito. Blessed spirit, who with loving tenderness quickenest my heart so old and near to die, who mid thy joys on me dost bend an eye, though many nobler men around thee press, as thou wert erewhile wont my sight to bless, so to console my mind thou now dost fly. Hope, therefore, stills the pangs of memory, which coupled with desire my soul distress. So finding in thee grace to plead for me, thy thoughts for me sunk in so sad a case, he who now writes returns thee thanks for these. Lo, it were foul and monstrous usury to send the ugliest paintings in the place of thy fair spirit's living fantasies. 13. To Vittoria Colonna. Brazen gifts for golden. Per esser manco almen. Seeking at least to be not all unfit for thy sublime and boundless courtesy, my lowly thoughts at first were fain to try what they could yield for grace so infinite. But now I know my unassisted wit is all too weak to make me soar so high. For pardon, lady, for this fault I cry, and wiser still I grow, remembering it. Yea, well I see what folly 'twere to think that largesse dropped from thee like dews from heaven could e'er be paid by work so frail as mine. To nothingness my art and talent sink. He fails who from his mortal stores hath given 1,000-fold to match one gift divine. 14. First reading. To Vittoria Colonna. The Model and the Statue. Da che concetto. When divine art conceives a form and face, she bids the craftsman for his first essay to shape a simple model in mere clay. This is the earliest birth of art's embrace. From the live marble in the second place his mallet brings into the light of day a thing so beautiful that who can say when time shall conquer that immortal grace? Thus my own model I was born to be, the model of that nobler self whereto, schooled by your pity, lady, I shall grow. Each overplus and each deficiency you will make good. What penance then is due for my fierce heat chastened and taught by you? 14. Second reading. To Vittoria Colonna. The Model and the Statue. Se ben concetto. When that which is divine in us doth try to shape a face, both brain and hand unite to give, from a mere model frail and slight, life to the stone by art's free energy. Thus too, before the painter dares to ply paintbrush or canvas, he is wont to write sketches on scraps of paper, and invite wise minds to judge his figured history. So, born a model rude and mean to be, of my poor self I gain a nobler birth. Lady, from you, you fountain of all worth. Each overplus and each deficiency you will make good. What penance then is due for my fierce heat, chastened and taught by you? 15. The Lover and the Sculptor. Non all'ottimo artista. The best of artists hath no thought to show which the rough stone in its superfluous shell doth not include, to break the marble spell. Is all the hand that serves the brain can do. The ill I shun, the good I seek, even so in thee, fair lady, proud, ineffable, lies hidden. But the art I wield so well works adverse to my wish, and lays me low. Therefore not love, nor thy transcendent face, nor cruelty, nor fortune, nor disdain cause my mischance, nor fate, nor destiny, since in thy heart thou carriest death and grace, enclosed together, and my worthless brain can draw forth only death to feed on me. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Sonnets of Michelangelo Buonarroti and Tommaso Campanella, translated by John Addington Symonds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 2. Michelangelo, Sonnets 16 through 30. 16. Love and Art. Si come nella penna. As pen and ink alike serve him who sings in high or low or intermediate style, as the same stone hath shapes both rich and vile to match the fancies that each master brings, so, my loved lord, within thy bosom springs pride mixed with meekness and kind thoughts that smile, whence I draw not my sad self to beguile, but what my face shows, dark imaginings. He who for seed sows sorrow, tears, and sighs. The dews that fall from heaven, though pure and clear, from different germs take diverse qualities, must needs reap grief and garner weeping eyes, and he who looks on beauty with sad cheer gains doubtful hope and certain miseries. 17. The artist and his work. Come esser donna può. How can that be, lady, which all men learn by long experience? Shapes that seem alive, wrought in hard mountain marble, will survive their maker, whom the years to dust return. Thus to effect cause yields. Art hath her turn, and triumphs over nature. I, who strive with sculpture, know this well. Her wonders live, in spite of time and death, those tyrants stern. So I can give long life to both of us, in either way, by color or by stone, making the semblance of thy face and mine. Centuries hence, when both are buried thus, thy beauty and my sadness shall be shown, and men shall say, for her 'twas wise to pine. 18. Beauty and the artist. Al cor di zolfo. A heart of flaming sulphur, flesh of tow, bones of dry wood, a soul without a guide to curb the fiery will, the ruffling pride of fierce desires that from the passions flow. A sightless mind that weak and lame doth go, mid snares and pitfalls scattered far and wide. What wonder if the first chance brand applied to fuel masked like this should make it glow? Add beauteous art, which, brought with us from heaven, will conquer nature. So divine a power belongs to him who strives with every nerve. If I was made for art, from childhood given, a prey for burning beauty to devour, I blame the mistress I was born to serve. 19. The amulet of love. Io mi son caro assai più. Far more than I was wont myself I prize. With you within my heart I rise and rate, just as a gem engraved with delicate devices o'er the uncut stone doth rise, or as a painted sheet exceeds in price each leaf left pure and in its virgin state. Such then am I, since I was consecrate, to be the mark for arrows from your eyes. Stamped with your seal, I'm safe where'er I go, like one who carries charms or coat of mail, against all dangers that his life assail, nor fire nor water now may work me woe. Sight to the blind I can restore by you, heal every wound, and every loss renew. 20. The garland and the girdle. Quanta si gode lieta. What joy hath yon glad wreath of flowers, that is, around her golden hair so deftly twined, each blossom pressing forward from behind, as though to be the first her brows to kiss. The livelong day her dress hath perfect bliss, that now reveals her breast, now seems to bind, and that fair woven net of gold refined rests on her cheek and throat in happiness. Yet still more blissful seems to me the band gilt at the tips, so sweetly doth it ring and clasp the bosom that it serves to lace. Yea, and the belt to such as understand, bound round her waist, saith, here I'd ever cling. What would my arms do in that girdle's place? 21. The silkworm. D'altrui pietoso. Kind to the world, but to itself unkind, a worm is born, that, dying noiselessly, despoils itself to clothe fair limbs, and be in its true worth by death alone divined. O would that I might die, for her to find raiment in my outworn mortality, that, changing like the snake, I might be free to cast the slough wherein I dwell confined. Nay, were it mine, that shaggy fleece that stays, woven and wrought into a vestment fair, around her beauteous bosom in such bliss, all through the days she'd clasp me. Would I were the shoes that bear her burden. When the ways were wet with rain, her feet I then should kiss. 22. Waiting in faith. Se nel volto per gli occhi. If through the eyes the heart speaks clear and true, I have no stronger sureties than these eyes for my pure love. Prithee let them suffice, Lord of my soul, pity to gain from you. More tenderly perchance than is my due, your spirit sees into my heart, where rise the flames of holy worship, nor denies the grace reserved for those who humbly sue. O blessed day, when you at last are mine! Let time stand still, and let noon's chariot stay. Fixed be that moment on the dial of heaven, that I may clasp and keep, by grace divine, clasp in these yearning arms, and keep for aye my heart's loved Lord, to me desertless given. 23. Flesh and Spirit. Ben posson gli occhi. Well may these eyes of mine, both near and far, behold the beams that from thy beauty flow. But, lady, feet must halt where sight may go. We see, but cannot climb to clasp a star. The pure ethereal soul surmounts that bar of flesh, and soars to where thy splendors glow. Free through the eyes, while prisoned here below, though fired with fervent love, our bodies are. Clogged with mortality and wingless, we cannot pursue an angel in her flight. Only to gaze exhausts our utmost might. Yet, if but heaven like earth incline to thee, let my whole body be one eye to see, that not one part of me may miss thy sight. 24. The doom of beauty. Spirito ben nato. Choice soul, in whom, as in a glass, we see, mirrored in thy pure form and delicate, what beauties heaven and nature can create, the paragon of all their works to be. Fair soul, in whom love, pity, piety have found a home, as from thy outward state we clearly read, and are so rare and great that they adorn none other like to thee. Love takes me captive, beauty binds my soul, pity and mercy with their gentle eyes waken my heart a hope that cannot cheat. What law, what destiny, what fell control, what cruelty, or late or soon, denies that death should spare perfection so complete? 25. The Transfiguration of Beauty, a dialogue with Love. Dimmi di grazia, amor. Nay, prithee tell me, love, when I behold my lady, do mine eyes her beauty see in truth, or dwells that loveliness in me, which multiplies her grace 1,000-fold? Thou needs must know, for thou with her of old comest to stir my soul's tranquillity. Yet would I not seek one sigh less, or be by loss of that loved flame more simply cold. The beauty thou discernest, all is hers, but grows in radiance as it soars on high, through mortal eyes unto the soul above. 'Tis there transfigured, for the soul confers on what she holds her own divinity. In this transfigured beauty wins thy love. 26. Joy may kill. Non men gran grazia, donna. Too much good luck, no less than misery, may kill a man condemned to mortal pain, if, lost to hope and chilled in every vein, a sudden pardon comes to set him free. Thus thy unwonted kindness shown to me, amid the gloom where only sad thoughts reign, with too much rapture bringing light again, threatens my life more than that agony. Good news and bad may bear the self-same knife, and death may follow both upon their flight. For hearts that shrink or swell alike will break. Let then thy beauty, to preserve my life, temper the source of this supreme delight, lest joy so poignant slay a soul so weak. 27. No escape from love. Non posso altra figura. I cannot by the utmost flight of thought conceive another form of air or clay, wherewith against thy beauty to array my wounded heart in armour fancy wrought. For, lacking thee, so low my state is brought, that love hath stolen all my strength away, whence, when I fain would have my griefs, they weigh with double sorrow, and I sink to naught. Thus all in vain my soul, to 'scape thee, flies, for ever faster flies her beauteous foe. From the swift-footed feebly run the slow. Yet with his hands love wipes my weeping eyes, saying, this toil will end in happy cheer. What cost the heart so much must needs be dear. 28. The heavenly birth of love and beauty. La vita del mio amor. This heart of flesh feeds not with life, my love. The love wherewith I love thee hath no heart, nor harbours it in any mortal part, where erring thought or ill desire may move. When first love sent our souls from God above, he fashioned me to see thee as thou art, pure light, and thus I find God's counterpart in thy fair face, and feel the sting thereof. As heat from fire, from loveliness divine, the mind that worships what recalls the sun, from whence she sprang, can be divided never. And since thine eyes all paradise enshrine, Burning unto those orbs of light I run, there where I loved thee first, to dwell forever. 29. Love's Dilemma. I mi credetti. I deemed upon that day when first I knew so many peerless beauties blent in one, that, like an eagle gazing on the sun, mine eyes might fix on the least part of you. That dream hath vanished, and my hope is flown, for he who fain a seraph would pursue wingless, hath cast words to the winds, and dew on stones, engaged God's reason with his own. If then my heart cannot endure the blaze of beauties infinite that blind these eyes, nor yet can bear to be from you divided, what fate is mine? Who guides or guards my ways, seeing my soul, so lost and ill betided, burns in your presence, in your absence dies? 30. To Tommaso de' Cavalieri. Love the Light-giver. Veggio coi bei vostri occhi. With your fair eyes a charming light I see, for which my own blind eyes would peer in vain. Stayed by your feet the burden I sustain, which my lame feet find all too strong for me. Wingless upon your pinions forth I fly. Heavenward your spirit stirreth me to strain, and as you will, I blush and blanch again, freeze in the sun, burn 'neath a frosty sky. Your will includes and is the lord of mine. Life to my thoughts within your heart is given. My words begin to breathe upon your breath. Like to the moon I am that cannot shine alone, for lo, our eyes see not in heaven, save what the living sun illumineth. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Sonnets of Michelangelo Buonarroti and Tommaso Campanella, translated by John Addington Symonds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 3. Michelangelo, Sonnets 31 to 45. 31. To Tommaso de' Cavalieri. Love's Lordship. A che più debio. Why should I seek to ease intense desire with still more tears and windy words of grief, when heaven, or late or soon, sends no relief to souls whom love hath robed around with fire? Why need my aching heart to death aspire, when all must die? Nay, death beyond belief unto these eyes would be both sweet and brief, since in my sum of woes all joys expire. Therefore, because I cannot shun the blow I rather seek, say who must roll my breast, gliding between her gladness and her woe? If only chains and bands can make me blest, no marvel if alone and bare I go, an armed knight's captive and slave confessed. 32. Love's Expostulation. Sunt casto amor. If love be chaste, if virtue conquer ill, if fortune bind both lovers in one bond, if either at the other's grief despond, if both be governed by one life, one will, if in two bodies one soul triumph still, raising the twain from earth to heaven beyond, if love with one blow and one golden wand have power both smitten breasts to pierce and thrill, if each the other love, himself foregoing, with such delight, such savour, and so well, that both to one sole end their wills combine. If thousands of these thoughts, all thought outgoing, fail the least part of their firm love to tell, say, can mere angry spite this knot untwine? 33. First reading. A Prayer to Nature. Amor redivivus. Perché tuo gran bellezze. That thy great beauty on our earth may be shrined in a lady softer and more kind, I call on nature to collect and bind all those delights the slow years steal from thee, and save them to restore the radiancy of thy bright face in some fair form designed by heaven. And may love ever bear in mind to mould her heart of grace and courtesy. I call on nature too to keep my sighs, my scattered tears to take and recombine, and give to him who loves that fair again. More happy he perchance shall move those eyes to mercy by the griefs wherewith I pine, nor lose the kindness that from me is ta'en. 33. Second reading. A Prayer to Nature. Amor redivivus. Sol perché tue bellezze. If only that thy beauties here may be deathless through time that rends the wreaths he twined, I trust that nature will collect and bind all those delights the slow years steal from thee, and keep them for a birth more happily, born under better auspices, refined into a heavenly form of nobler mind, endowered with all thine angel purity. Ah me! And may heaven also keep my sighs, my scattered tears preserve and reunite, and give to him who loves that fair again. More happy he perchance shall move those eyes to mercy by the griefs my manhood blight, nor lose the kindness that from me is ta'en. 34. Love's Furnace. Si amico Alfredo Sasso. So friendly is the fire to flinty stone, that, struck therefrom and kindled to a blaze, it burns the stone, and from the ash doth raise what lives thenceforward, binding stones in one. Kiln hardened, this resists both frost and sun, acquiring higher worth for endless days, as the purged soul from hell returns with praise amid the heavenly host to take her throne. E'en so the fire struck from my soul that lay close hidden in my heart may temper me, till burned and slaked to better life I rise. If, made mere smoke and dust, I live today, fire-hardened I shall live eternally. Such gold, not iron, my spirit strikes and tries. 35. Love's Paradoxes. Sento d'un foco. Far off with fire I feel a cold face lit, that makes me burn the while itself doth freeze. Two fragile arms enchain me, which with ease, unmoved themselves, can move weights infinite. A soul none knows but I, most exquisite, that, deathless, deals me death, my spirit sees. I meet with one who, free, my heart doth seize, and who alone can cheer, hath tortured it. How can it be that from one face like thine, my own should feel effects so contrary, since ill comes not from things devoid of ill? That loveliness, perchance, doth make me pine, even as the sun, whose fiery beams we see, inflames the world, while he is temperate still. 36. Love Misinterpreted. C'est l'immortal désir. If the undying thirst that purifies our mortal thoughts could draw mine to the day, perchance the Lord who now holds cruel sway in love's high house would prove more kindly wise. But since the laws of heaven immortalize our souls and doom our flesh to swift decay, tongue cannot tell how fair, how pure as day, is the soul's thirst that far beyond it lies. How then, ah, woe is me, shall that chaste fire which burns the heart within me be made known, if sense finds only sense in what it sees? All my fair hours are turned to miseries with my loved Lord, who minds but lies alone. For, truth to tell, who trusts not is a liar. 37. Perhaps to Vittoria Colonna. Love's Servitude. S'alcun legato è pur. He who is bound by some great benefit, as to be raised from death to life again, how shall he recompense that gift, or gain freedom from servitude so infinite? Yet, if 'twere possible to pay the debt, he'd lose that kindness which we entertain for those who serve us well, since it is plain that kindness needs some boon to quicken it. Wherefore, O lady, to maintain thy grace, so far above my fortune, what I bring is rather thanklessness than courtesy. For, if both met as equals face to face, she whom I love could not be called my king. There is no lordship in equality. 38. Love's Vain Expense. Rendete agli occhi miei. Give back unto mine eyes, ye fount and rill, those streams not yours that are so full and strong, that swell your springs and roll your waves along with force unwonted in your native hill. And thou, dense air, wade with my sighs so chill that hidest heaven's own light thick mists among. Give back those sighs to my sad heart, nor wrong my visual ray with thy dark face of ill. Let earth give back the footprints that I wore, that the bare grass I spoiled may sprout again, and echo, now grown deaf, my cries return. Loved eyes, unto mine eyes those looks restore, and let me woo another not in vain, since how to please thee I shall never learn. 39. Love's Argument with Reason. La ragion meco si lamenta. Reason laments and grieves full sore with me, the while I hope by loving to be blessed with precepts sound and true philosophy. My shame she quickens thus within my breast. What else but death will that sun deal to thee, nor like the phoenix in her flaming nest? Yet naught avails this wise morality, no hand can save a suicide confessed. I know my doom, the truth I apprehend, but on the other side my traitorous heart slays me whene'er to wisdom's words I bend. Between two deaths my lady stands apart. This death I dread, that none can comprehend. In this suspense body and soul must part. 40. First reading. Love's lodestone. Non so se la desiata luce. I know not if it be the longed-for light of her first maker which the spirit feels, or if a time-old memory reveals some other beauty for the heart's delight, or fame or dreams beget that vision bright, sweet to thine eyes, which through the bosom steals, leaving I know not what wounds, and heals, and now perchance hath made me weep outright. Be this what this may be, 'tis this I seek, nor guide have I, nor know I where to find that burning fire, yet some one seems to lead. This, since I saw thee, lady, makes me weak. A bitter sweet sways here and there my mind, and sure I am thine eyes this mischief breed. 40. Second reading. Love's lodestone. Non so se se l'immaginata luce. I know not if it be the fancied light which every man or more or less doth feel, or if the mind and memory reveal some other beauty for the heart's delight, or if within the soul the vision bright of her celestial home once more doth steal, drawing our better thoughts with pure appeal to the true good above all mortal sight. This light I long for, and unguided seek. This fire that burns my heart I cannot find, nor know the way, though some one seems to lead. This, since I saw thee, lady, makes me weak. A bitter sweet sways here and there my mind, and sure I am thine eyes this mischief breed. 41. Light and darkness. Colui che fece. He who ordained when first the world began, time, that was not before creation's hour, divided it, and gave the sun's high power to rule the one, the moon the other span. Thence fate and changeful chance and fortune's ban did in one moment down on mortals shower. To me they portioned darkness for a dower. Dark hath my lot been, since I was a man. Myself am ever mine own counterfeit. And as deep night grows still more dim and dun, so still of more misdoing must I rue. Meanwhile this solace to my soul is sweet, that my black night doth make more clear the sun, which at your birth was given to wait on you. 42. Sacred night. Ogni van chiuso. All hollow vaults and dungeons sealed from sight, all caverns circumscribed with roof and wall, defend dark night, though noon around her fall, from the fierce play of solar daybeams bright. But if she be assailed by fire or light, her powers divine are not, they tremble all, before things far more vile and trivial. Even a glow-worm can confound their might. The earth that lies bare to the sun and breeds 1,000 germs that burgeon and decay, this earth is wounded by the ploughman's share. But only darkness serves for human seeds. Night, therefore, is more sacred far than day, since man excels all fruits, however fair. 48. The impeachment of night. Perché Febo non torce. What time bright Phoebus doth not stretch and bend his shining arms around this terrene sphere, the people call that season dark and drear night, for the cause they do not comprehend. So weak is night, that if our hand extend a glimmering torch, her shadows disappear, leaving her dead, like frailest gossamer. Tinder and steel her mantle rive and rend. Nay, if this night be anything at all, sure she is daughter of the sun and earth. This holds, the other spreads that shadowy pall. Howbeit they err who praise this gloomy birth, so frail and desolate and void of mirth, that one poor firefly can her might appall. 44. The defence of night. O not o dolce tempo. O night, O sweet though sombre span of time! All things find rest upon their journey's end. Whoso hath praised thee well doth apprehend, and whoso honours thee hath wisdom's prime. Our cares thou canst to quietude sublime, for dews and darkness are of peace the friend. Often by thee in dreams upborne I wend from earth to heaven, where yet I hope to climb. Thou shade of death, through whom the soul at length shuns pain and sadness hostile to the heart, whom mourners find their last and sure relief. Thou dost restore our suffering flesh to strength, driest our tears, assuagest every smart, purging the spirits of the pure from grief. 45. Love feeds the flame of age. Quando il servo il Signor. When masters bind a slave with cruel chain, and keep him, hope forlorn, in bondage pent, use tames his temper to imprisonment, and hardly would he fain be free again. Use curbs the snake and tiger, and doth train fierce woodland lions to bear chastisement, and the young artist, all with toil forspent, by constant use a giant's strength doth gain. But with the force of flame it is not so, for while fire sucks the sap of the green wood, it warms a frore old man and makes him grow, with such fine heat of youth and lustihood, filling his heart and teaching it to glow, that love enfolds him with beatitude. If then, in playful mood, he sport and jest, old age need no man blame, for loving things divine implies no shame. The soul that knows her aim sins not by loving God's own counterfeit, due measure kept and bounds in order meet. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Sonnets of Michelangelo Buonarroti and Tommaso Campanella, translated by John Addington Symonds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 4. Michelangelo, Sonnets 46 to 60. 46. Love's flame doth feed on age. Se da prim'anni. If some mild heat of love, in youth confessed, burns a fresh heart with swift consuming fire, what will the force be of a flame more dire, shut up within an old man's cindery breast? If the mere lapse of lengthening years hath pressed so sorely that life, strength, and vigour tire, how shall he fare who must ere long expire, when to old age is added love's unrest? Weak as myself, he will be whirled away, like dust by winds, kind in their cruelty, robbing the loathly worm of its last prey. A little flame consumed and fed on me in my green age. Now that the wood is dry, what hope against this fire more fierce have I? 47. Beauty's intolerable splendor. Sil foco alla bellezza. If but the fire that lightens in thine eyes were equal with their beauty, all the snow and frost of all the world would melt and glow, like brands that blaze beneath fierce tropic skies. But heaven in mercy to our miseries dulls and divides the fiery beams that flow from thy great loveliness, that we may go through this stern mortal life in tranquil wise. Thus beauty burns not with consuming rage, for so much only of the heavenly light inflames our love as finds a fervent heart. This is my case, lady, in sad old age. If seeing thee, I do not die outright, 'tis that I feel thy beauty but in part. 48. Love's evening. Sil troppo indugio. What though long waiting wins more happiness than petulant desire is wont to gain? My luck in latest age hath brought me pain, thinking how brief must be an old man's bliss. Heaven, if it heed our lives, can hardly bless this fire of love when frosts are wont to rain. For so I love thee, lady, and my strain of tears through age exceeds in tenderness. Yet peradventure, though my day is done, though nearly past the setting mid thick cloud, and frozen exhalations, sinks my sun, if love to only midday be allowed, and I an old man in my evening burn, you, lady, still my night to noon may turn. 49. Love's excuse. Dal dolce pianto. From happy tears to woeful smiles, from peace eternal to a brief and hollow truce, how have I fallen! When 'tis truth we lose, sense triumphs o'er all adverse impulses. I know not if my heart bred this disease, that still more pleasing grows with growing use, or else thy face, thine eyes, which stole the hues and fires of paradise, less fair than these. Thy beauty is no mortal thing, 'twas sent from heaven on high to make our earth divine. Wherefore, though wasting, burning, I'm content. For in thy sight what could I do but pine, if God himself thus rules my destiny, who, when I die, can lay the blame on thee? 50. In love's own time. Si avessi creduto. Had I but earlier known that from the eyes of that bright soul that fires me like the sun, I might have drawn new strength my race to run, burning as burns the phoenix ere it dies. Even as the stag or lynx or leopard flies, to seek his pleasure and his pain to shun, each word, each smile of her would I have won, flying where now sad age all flight denies. Yet why complain? For even now I find in that glad angel's face so full of rest, health and content, heart's ease and peace of mind. Perchance I might have been less simply blessed, finding her sooner, if 'tis age alone that lets me soar with her to seek God's throne. 51. First reading. Love in Youth and Age. Tornami al tempo. Bring back the time when blind desire ran free, with bit and rein too loose to curb his flight. Give back the buried face, once angel bright, that hides in earth all comely things from me. Bring back those journeys ta'en so toilsomely, so toilsome slow to one whose hairs are white, those tears and flames that in one breast unite, if thou wilt once more take thy fill of me. Yet, love, suppose it true that thou dost thrive only on bitter honeydews of tears, small profit hast thou of a weak old man. My soul that toward the other shore doth strive wards off thy darts with shafts of holier fears, and fire feeds ill on brands no breath can fan. 51. Second reading. Love in Youth and Age. Tornami al tempo. Bring back the time when glad desire ran free, with bit and rein too loose to curb his flight, the tears and flames that in one breast unite, if thou art fain once more to conquer me. Bring back those journeys ta'en so toilsomely, so toilsome slow to him whose hairs are white. Give back the buried face, once angel bright, that taxed all nature's art and industry. O love, an old man finds it hard to chase thy flying pinions. Thou hast left thy nest, nor is my heart as light as heretofore. Put thy gold arrows to the string once more, then if death hear my prayer and grant me grace, my grief I shall forget, again made blessed. 52. Celestial Love. Non vider gli occhi miei. I saw no mortal beauty with these eyes, when perfect peace in thy fair eyes I found. But far within, where all is holy ground, my soul felt love, her comrade of the skies. For she was born with God in paradise, else should we still to transient loves be bound. But, finding these so false, we pass beyond, unto the love of loves that never dies. Nay, things that die cannot assuage the thirst of souls undying, nor eternity serves time, where all must fade that flourisheth. Sense is not love, but lawlessness accursed. This kills the soul, while thy love lifts on high, our friends on earth, higher in heaven through death. 53. Celestial and Earthly Love. Non è sempre di colpa. Love is not always harsh and deadly sin. If it be love of loveliness divine, it leaves the heart all soft and infantine, for rays of God's own grace to enter in. Love fits the soul with wings, and bids her win her flight aloft, nor e'er to earth decline. 'Tis the first step that leads her to the shrine of him who slakes the thirst that burns within. The love of that whereof I speak ascends. Woman is different far, the love of her, but ill befits a heart all manly wise. The one love soars, the other downward tends. The soul lights this, while that the senses stir, and still his arrow at base quarry flies. 54. Love lifts to God. Veggio nel tuo bel viso. From thy fair face I learn, O my loved Lord, that which no mortal tongue can rightly say. The soul, imprisoned in her house of clay, holpen by thee to God hath often soared. And though the vulgar, vain, malignant horde attribute what their grosser wills obey, yet shall this fervent homage that I pay, this love, this faith, pure joys for us afford. Lo, all the lovely things we find on earth resemble for the soul that rightly sees that source of bliss divine which gave us birth. Nor have we first fruits or remembrances of heaven elsewhere. Thus, loving loyally, I rise to God and make death sweet by thee. 55. Love's Entreaty. Tu sa ch'io so, Signor mia. Thou knowest, love, I know that thou dost know, that I am here more near to thee to be, and knowest that I know thou knowest me. What means it then that we are sundered so? If they are true, these hopes that from thee flow, if it is real, this sweet expectancy, break down the wall that stands twixt me and thee, for pain and prison pent hath double woe. Because in thee I love, O my loved Lord, what thou best lovest, be not therefore stern, Souls burn for souls, spirits to spirits cry. I seek the splendor in thy fair face stored. Yet living man that beauty scarce can learn, and he who fain would find it first must die. 56. First reading, Heaven-born Beauty. Per ritornar là. As one who will reseek her home of light, thy form immortal to this prison house descended, like an angel piteous, to heal all hearts and make the whole world bright. 'Tis this that thralls my soul in love's delight, not thy clear face of beauty glorious, for he who harbors virtue still will choose to love what neither years nor death can blight. So fares it ever with things high and rare, wrought in the sweat of nature. Heaven above showers on their birth the blessings of her prime. Nor hath God deigned to show himself elsewhere more clearly than in human forms sublime, which, since they image him, alone I love. 56. Second reading, Heaven-born Beauty. Venne, non so ben donde. It came, I know not whence, from far above, that clear immortal flame that still doth rise within thy sacred breast, and fills the skies, and heals all hearts, and adds to heaven new love. This burns me, this, in the pure light thereof, not thy fair face, thy sweet untroubled eyes. For love that is not love for aught that dies, dwells in the soul where no base passions move. If then such loveliness upon its own should graft new beauties in a mortal birth, the sheath bespeaks the shining blade within. To gain our love, God hath not clearer shown himself elsewhere. Thus heaven doth vie with earth, to make thee worthy worship without sin. 57. First reading, Carnal and Spiritual Love. Passa per gli occhi. Swift through the eyes, unto the heart within, all lovely forms that thrall our spirit stray. So smooth and broad and open is the way that thousands and not hundreds enter in. Burdened with scruples and weighed down with sin, these mortal beauties fill me with dismay. Nor find I one that doth not strive to stay my soul on transient joy, or lets me win the heaven I yearn for. Lo, when erring love, who fills the world, howsoe'er his power we shun, else were the world a grave and we undone, assails the soul, if grace refuse to fan our purged desires and make them soar above. What grief it were to have been born a man. 57. Second reading, Carnal and Spiritual Love. Passa per gli occhi. Swift through the eyes, unto the heart within, all lovely forms that thrall our spirit stray. So smooth and broad and open is the way that thousands and not hundreds enter in, of every age and sex, whence I begin, burdened with griefs, but more with dull dismay, to fear, nor find mid all their bright array one that with full content my heart may win. If mortal beauty be the food of love, it came not with the soul from heaven, and thus that love itself must be a mortal fire. But if love reach to nobler hopes above, thy love shall scorn me not, nor dread desire, that seeks a carnal prey assailing us. 58. Love and Death. Ognor che lido mio. Whene'er the idol of these eyes appears unto my musing heart so weak and strong, death comes between her and my soul ere long, chasing her thence with troops of gathering fears. Not less this violence my spirit cheers, with better hope than if she had no wrong, while love invincible arrays the throng of dauntless thoughts, and thus harangues his peers. But once, he argues, can a mortal die, but once be born, and he who dies of fire, what shall he gain if erst he dwelt with me? That burning love whereby the soul flies free doth lure each fervent spirit to aspire, like gold refined in flame, to God on high. 59. Love is a refiner's fire, non più che il fuoco il fabbro. It is with fire the blacksmith's iron subdue unto fair form the image of their thought, nor without fire hath any artist wrought gold to its utmost purity of hue. Nay, nor the unmatched phoenix lives anew, unless she burn. If then I am distraught, by fire I may to better life be brought, like those whom death restores, nor years undo. The fire whereof I speak is my great cheer. Such power it hath to renovate and raise me who was almost numbered with the dead, and since by nature fire doth find its sphere, soaring aloft, and I am all ablaze. Heavenward with it my flight must needs be sped. 60. First reading, Love's Justification. Ben può talor col mio. Sometimes my love I dare to entertain, with soaring hopes, not over credulous, since if all human loves were impious, unto what end did God the world ordain? For loving thee, what license is more plain, than that I praise thereby the glorious source of all joys divine, that comforts us in thee, and with chaste fires our souls sustain. False hope belongs unto that love alone, which with declining beauty wanes and dies, and, like the face it worships, fades away. That hope is true, which the pure heart hath known, which alters not with time or death's decay, yielding on earth earnest of paradise. 60. Second reading. Love's Justification. Ben può talor cocasto. It must be right sometimes to entertain chaste love with hope not over credulous, since if all human loves were impious, unto what end did God the world ordain? If I love thee, and bend beneath thy reign, 'tis for the sake of beauty glorious, which in thine eyes divine is stored for us, and drives all evil thought from its domain. That is not love whose tyranny we own, in loveliness that every moment dies, which, like the face it worship, fades away. True love is that which the pure heart hath known, which alters not with time or death's decay, yielding on earth earnest of paradise. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Sonnets of Michelangelo Buonarroti and Tommaso Campanella, translated by John Addington Symonds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5. Michelangelo, Sonnets 61 to 77. 61. After the death of Vittoria Colonna, irreparable loss, Sel mio rozzo martello. When my rude hammer to the stubborn stone gives human shape, now that, now this, at will, following his hand who wields and guides it still, it moves upon another's feet alone. But that which dwells in heaven the world doth fill, with beauty by pure motions of its own, and since tools fashion tools, which else were none, its life makes all that lives with living skill. Now, for that every stroke excels the more, the higher at the forge it doth ascend, her soul that fashioned mine hath sought the skies, wherefore, unfinished, I must meet my end, if God, the great artificer, denies that aid which was unique on earth before. 62. After the death of Vittoria Colonna, love's triumph over death. Quando il ministro de sospir. When she who was the source of all my sighs fled from the world, herself my straining sight, nature who gave us that unique delight, was sunk in shame, and we had weeping eyes. Yet shall not vauntful death enjoy this prize, this son of sons, which then he veiled in night. For love hath triumphed, lifting up her light, on earth and mid the saints in paradise. What though remorseless and impiteous doom deemed that the music of her deeds would die, and that her splendor would be sunk in gloom, the poet's page exalts her to the sky, with life more living in the lifeless tomb, and death translates her soul to reign on high. 63. After the death of Vittoria Colonna, after sunset. Beh mi dove. Well might I in those days so fortunate, what time the sun lightened my path above, have soared from earth to heaven, raised by her love, who winged my laboring soul and sweetened fate. That sun hath set, and I with hope elate, who deemed that those bright days would never move, find that my thankless soul, deprived thereof, declines to death, while heaven still bars the gate. Love lent me wings, my path was like a stair, a lamp unto my feet, that sun was given. In death was safety, and great joy to find. But dying now, I shall not climb to heaven, nor can mere memory cheer my heart's despair. What help remains when hope is left behind? 64. After the death of Vittoria Colonna, a wasted brand. Qual maraviglia è. If, being near the fire, I burned with it, now that its flame is quenched and doth not show, what wonder if I waste within and glow, dwindling away to cinders bit by bit? While still it burned, I saw so brightly lit that splendor whence I drew my grievous woe, that from its sight alone could pleasure flow, and death and torment both seemed exquisite. But now that heaven hath robbed me of the blaze, of that great fire which burned and nourished me, a coal that smoulders 'neath the ash am I, unless love furnish wood fresh flames to raise. I shall expire with not one spark to see, so quickly into embers do I die. 65. To Giorgio Vasari, on the brink of death. Giunto è già. Now hath my life across a stormy sea, like a frail bark, reached that wide port where all are bidden, ere the final reckoning fall, of good and evil for eternity. Now know I well how that fond fantasy, which made my soul the worshipper and thrall of earthly art, is vain. How criminal is that which all men seek unwillingly. Those amorous thoughts which were so lightly dressed, what are they when the double death is nigh? The one I know for sure, the other dread. Painting nor sculpture now can lull to rest my soul that turns to his great love on high, whose arms to clasp us on the cross were spread. 66. To Giorgio Vasari, Vanity of Vanities, Le Favole del Mondo. The fables of the world have filched away the time I had for thinking upon God. His grace lies buried 'neath oblivion's sod, whence springs an evil crop of sins alway. What makes another wise leads me astray, slow to discern the bad path I have trod. Hope fades, but still desire ascends that God may free me from self-love, my sure decay. Shorten halfway my road to heaven from earth. Dear Lord, I cannot even halfway rise, unless Thou help me on this pilgrimage. Teach me to hate the world so little worth, and all the lovely things I clasp and prize, that endless life, ere death, may be my wage. 67. A Prayer for Faith. Non è più bassa. There's not on earth a thing more vile and base than, lacking Thee, I feel myself to be. For pardon praise my own debility, yearning in vain to lift me to Thy face. Stretch to me, Lord, that chain whose links enlace all heavenly gifts and all felicity, faith whereunto I strive perpetually, yet cannot find, my fault, her perfect grace. That gift of gifts, the rarer 'tis, the more I count it great, more great, because to earth without it neither peace nor joy is given. If Thou Thy blood so lovingly didst pour, let not that bounty fail or suffer dearth, withholding faith that opes the doors of heaven. 68. To Monsignor Lodovico Beccadelli, Urbino. Per croce e grazia. God's grace, the cross, our troubles multiplied, will make us meet in heaven, full well I know. Yet ere we yield our breath on earth below, why need a little solace be denied? Though seas and mountains and rough ways divide our feet asunder, neither frost nor snow can make the soul her ancient love forego, nor chains nor bonds the wings of thought have tied. Borne by these wings, with Thee I dwell for aye, and weep, and of my dead Urbino talk, who, were he living, now perchance would be, for so 'twas planned, Thy guest as well as I. Warned by his death, another way I walk, to meet him where he waits to live with me. 69. Waiting for death. Di morte certo. My death must come, but when I do not know. Life's short, and little life remains for me. Fain would my flesh abide, my soul would flee heavenward, for still she calls on me to go. Blind is the world, and evil here below o'erwhelms and triumphs over honesty. The light is quenched too is bravery. Lies reign, and truth hath ceased her face to show. When will that day dawn, Lord, for which he waits who trusts in Thee? Lo, this prolonged delay destroys all hope and robs the soul of life. Why streams the light from those celestial gates, if death prevent the day of grace, and stay our souls forever in the toils of strife? 70. A Prayer for Strength. Carico d'anni. Burned with years and full of sinfulness, with evil custom grown inveterate, both deaths I dread that close before me wait, yet feed my heart on poisonous thoughts no less. No strength I find in mine own feebleness to change or life or love or use or fate, unless Thy heavenly guidance come, though late, which only helps and stays our nothingness. 'Tis not enough, dear Lord, to make me yearn for that celestial home where yet my soul may be new made, and not, as erst, of naught. Nay, ere thou strip her mortal vestment, turn my steps toward the steep ascent, that whole and pure before thy face she may be brought. 71. A prayer for purification. Forse perché d'altrui. Perchance that I might learn what pity is, that I might laugh at erring men no more, secure in my own strength as heretofore, my soul hath fallen from her state of bliss. Nor know I under any flag but this, how fighting I may scape those perils sore, or how survive the rout and horrid roar of adverse hosts, if I thy succour miss. O flesh, O blood, O cross, O pain extreme! By you may those foul sins be purified, wherein my fathers were, and I was born. Lo, thou alone art good, let thy supreme pity my state of evil cleanse and hide. So near to death, so far from God, forlorn. 72. A prayer for aid. De fammi ti vedere. O make me see thee, Lord, where'er I go. If mortal beauty sets my soul on fire, that flame when near to thine must needs expire, and I with love of only thee shall glow. Dear Lord, thy help I seek against this woe, these torments that my spirit vex and tire. Thou only, with new strength canst re-inspire my will, my sense, my courage faint and low. Thou gavest me on earth this soul divine, and thou within this body, weak and frail, didst prison it. How sadly there to live! How can I make its lot less vile than mine? Without thee, Lord, all goodness seems to fail. To alter fate is God's prerogative. 73. At the foot of the cross. Scarco d'un'importuna. Freed from a burden sore and grievous band, dear Lord, and from this wearying world untied, like a frail bark I turn me to thy side. As from a fierce storm to a tranquil land, thy thorns, thy nails, and either bleeding hand, with thy mild, gentle, piteous face, provide promise of help and mercies multiplied, and hope that yet my soul secure may stand. Let not thy holy eyes be just to see my evil past, thy chastened ears to hear, and stretch the arm of judgment to my crime. Let thy blood only lave and succour me, yielding more perfect pardon, better cheer, as older still I grow with lengthening time. 74. First reading. A prayer for grace and death. Savien che spesso. What though strong love of life doth flatter me, with hope of yet more years on earth to stay, death none the less draws nearer day by day, who to sad souls alone comes lingeringly. Yet why desire long life and jollity, if in our griefs alone to God we pray? Glad fortune, length of days, and pleasure slay the soul that trusts to their felicity. Then, if at any hour, through grace divine, the fiery shafts of love and faith that cheer and fortify the soul my heart assail, since not achieve these mortal powers of mine, straight may I wing my way to heaven, for here with lengthening days good thoughts and wishes fail. 74. Second reading. A prayer for grace in death. Parmi che spesso. Oft times my great desire doth flatter me with hope on earth yet many years to stay. Still death, the more I love it, day by day, takes from the life I love so tenderly. What better time for that dread change could be, if in our griefs alone to God we pray? O lead me, Lord, O lead me far away from every thought that lures my soul from thee. Yea, if at any hour, through grace of thine, the fervent zeal of love and faith that cheer and fortify the soul my heart assail, since not achieve these mortal powers of mine, plant, like a saint in heaven, that virtue here, for, lacking thee, all good must faint and fail. 75. Heart coldness. Vorrei voler, Signor. Fain would I wish what my heart cannot will. Between it and the fire a veil of ice deadens the fire, so that I deal in lies. My words and actions are discordant still. I love thee with my tongue, then mourn my fill, for love warms not my heart, nor can I rise, or ope the doors of grace, who from the skies might flood my soul, and pride and passion kill. Rend thou the veil, dear Lord, break thou that wall, which with its stubbornness retards the rays of that bright sun this earth hath dulled for me. Send down thy promised light to cheer and fall on thy fair spouse, that I with love may blaze, and, free from doubt, my heart feel only thee. 76. The Death of Christ. Non fur me lieti. Not less elate than smitten with wild woe, to see not them but thee by death undone, were those blessed souls, when thou above the sun didst raise by dying men that lay so low. Elate, since freedom from all ills that flow from their first fault for Adam's race was won. Sore smitten, since in torment fierce God's Son served servants on the cruel cross below. Heaven showed she knew thee, who thou wert, and whence. Veiling her eyes above the riven earth, the mountains trembled and the seas were troubled. He took the fathers from hell's darkness dense. The torments of the damned fiends redoubled. Man only joyed, who gained baptismal birth. 77. The Blood of Christ. Mentre m'attrista. Mid weariness and woe I find some cheer, in thinking of the past, when I recall my weakness and my sins, and reckon all the vain expense of days that disappear. This cheers by making, ere I die, more clear the frailty of what men delight miscall. But saddens me to think how rarely fall God's grace and mercies in life's latest year. For though thy promises our faith compel, yet, Lord, what man shall venture to maintain that pity will condone our long neglect? Still from thy blood poured forth, we know full well how without measure was thy martyr's pain, how measureless the gifts we dare expect. End of section 5.
Verses on the painting of the Sistine Chapel by Michelangelo Buonarroti, translated by John Addington Symonds. Read for LibriVox.org by Martin Geeson. To Giovanni da Pistoia. I've grown a goiter by dwelling in this den, as cats from stagnant streams in Lombardy, or in what other land they hap to be, which drives the belly close beneath the chin. My beard turns up to heaven, my nape falls in, fixed on my spine, my breastbone visibly grows like a harp, a rich embroidery bedews my face from brush drops thick and thin. My loins into my paunch like levers grind, my buttock like a crupper bears my weight. My feet unguided wander to and fro. In front my skin grows loose and long. Behind, by bending, it becomes more taut and straight. Crosswise I strain me like a Syrian bow. Whence false and quaint, I know, must be the fruit of squinting brain and eye, for ill can aim the gun that bends awry. Come then, Giovanni, try to succour my dead pictures and my fame, since foul I fare, and painting is my shame. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love the Light Giver by Michelangelo Buonarroti, translated by J.A. Symonds. Read for LibriVox.org by Colleen McMahon. Veggio cobei vostri occhi. With your fair eyes a charming light I see, for which my own blind eyes would peer in vain. Stayed by your feet, the burden I sustain, which my lame feet find all too strong for me. Wingless, upon your pinions forth I fly. Heavenward your spirit stirreth me to strain. E'en as you will, I blush and blanch again, freeze in the sun, burn 'neath the frosty sky. Your will includes and is the lord of mine. Life to my thoughts within your heart is given. My words begin to breathe upon your breath. Like to the moon am I, that cannot shine alone, for lo, our eyes see naught in heaven, save what the living sun illumineth. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Thanks for a Gift by Michelangelo Buonarroti. Read for LibriVox.org by Brian Ness. The sugar, candles, and the saddled mule, together with your cask of Malvoisie, so far exceed all my necessity, that Michael and not I my debt must rule. In such a glassy calm the breezes fool my sinking sails, so that amid the sea my bark hath missed her way, and seems to be a wisp of straw whirled on a weltering pool. To yield thee gift for gift, and grace for grace, for food and drink, and carriage to and fro, for all my need in every time and place, O my dear Lord, matched with the much I owe, all that I am were no real recompense. Paying a debt is not munificence. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Preface to the selected poems from Michelangelo Buonarroti, with translations from various sources, edited by Edna D. Cheney. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I've long wished to introduce the poems of Michelangelo to the public, especially to young readers who, possessing a slight knowledge of Italian, would shrink from the difficulties of the text without assistance. For this reason I give the Italian according to the best authority, with an English translation, which will be interesting in itself, and also afford the young student the needed help in catching the thought of the original, which cannot always be obtained by a literal rendering of the text. The first reading is always given, unless otherwise indicated. I have used Guasti's valuable edition as my authority for the Italian. As the difficulty of translation is great, I have not so much attempted to make new versions as to gather from every quarter those which would give the reader the best idea of the original. I have drawn less freely from Mr. Symonds' book than from others, not for any want of appreciation of his valuable work, but because it is still in the market, and I hope my readers will be led to study it themselves. My own translations are given either because no adequate one could be found, or because, being my own, they were dear to me, and represented my thought of the poem more nearly than those of even greater literary merit. I've never altered a word of a translation as published by its author, believing this to be simple justice, but have indicated in the notes those passages in which I think he has not given the true meanings, generally in consequence of having only imperfect copy of the original. When I first contemplated this work, I thought that the poems differed so greatly in merits that I could easily select a few and leave the rest, but a closer study has revealed so much meaning in all that I can assure the Italian scholar he will still find much wealth of thought and beauty in those which I have not here given. My valued friends, Mr. John C. Dwight, Mrs. Julia Ward Howe, Mr. F. B. Sanborn, and Miss Ava Channing, have kindly consented to enrich my book with new translations. I feel deeply grateful to them for thus allowing me to entwine their rare flowers in my garland, and I expect the gratitude of my readers for calling forth these precious additions to our English translations. I'll say nothing of the difficulty of this task, except to quote the words of Wordsworth, whose sonnets have become treasures of English literature. I mentioned Michelangelo's poetry, says Mr. Wordsworth in one of his letters, to you some time ago. It is the most difficult to construe I ever met with, but just what would you expect from such a man, showing abundantly how conversant his soul was with great things? I can translate, and have translated, 2 books of Ariosto, at the rate nearly of 100 lines a day, but so much meaning has been put by Michelangelo into so little room, and that meaning sometimes so excellent in itself, that I found the difficulty of translating him insurmountable. I attempted at least 15 of the sonnets, but could not anywhere succeed. I've sent you the only one I was able to finish. It is far from being the best or most characteristic, but the others were too much for me. EDC, Forest Hill Street, December 1884. End of preface to the selected poems from Michelangelo Buonarroti. Introduction to selected poems from Michelangelo Buonarroti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Selected poems from Michelangelo Buonarroti. Introduction. Michelangelo Buonarroti, born March 6, 1474, died February 18, 1564. To the triple crown of sculptor, painter, and architect, to which Michelangelo's claim is undisputed, must be added that of poet, which has been accorded to him by the finest critics of his own time and of ours. Yet to many readers of scholarship and taste his poems are still almost unknown. This neglect is partly due to the intrinsic difficulty in the poems themselves, which usually treat of lofty themes in condensed language, and partly to the fact that not until 21 years ago were his works properly edited and published in Italy. These poems contain such wealth of thought and feeling, touching upon the deepest questions of philosophy and the tenderest experiences of the human heart, that he who once tastes of their sweetness will never cease to thirst for this fountain of refreshment and strength. The epitaphs on Cecchino Bracci Fiorentino, for instance, may on the first reading seem quaint and formal, reiterating trite thoughts of death and immortality, but a fuller acquaintance with them recognizes the expression of every form and thought of grief, and they lie in the memory as a treasure-house of sympathetic utterance which matches the changing phases of one's own experience. Condive, Michelangelo's personal friend, says he devoted himself to poetry rather for his own delight than because he made a profession of it, always depreciating himself and accusing his ignorance. His poems were scribbled upon the backs of old letters, drawings, and other chance papers, sometimes copied and sent to his friends, but as often left unfinished and unknown. Yet the corrections and various readings of many of the sonnets show that he did give them much thought, and was careful in his choice of words and form. Although urged by his friends, he never consented to make any collection of his poems during his lifetime. Yet in such esteem were they held that Varchi delivered a full commentary on the sonnet beginning Non ha l'ottimo artista alcun concetto before the Florentine Academy, analyzing it line by line, and bestowing upon it unbounded praise. But more precious is the brief eulogium of Berni. Others say words, but he speaks things, which must have pleased him far more than the lavish adulation of the sycophant Aretino, who wished to place every word of Michelangelo in an urn of emerald. Nor was popular recognition wholly wanting. 3 at least of his madrigals were set to music by distinguished composers, and were favorites with the people, who had only lately found good melody married to anything but the hymns of the church. But through all the 16th century only a few of his sonnets and madrigals were to be found. These were in a collection of verses in the life of Michelangelo by Vasari and in Varchi's lectures. Mario Giudice gave 2 fine lectures upon the first edition of his works. During the latter part of the 18th century, the French taste, then prevalent, led the hearts of Italians somewhat away from Dante and Michelangelo, and the poems of the latter did not escape sharp criticism. 4 years after Michelangelo's death, a son was born to his favorite nephew, Leonardo, and named for his great ancestor. Although this child became a well-known writer, the world honors him most for his devotion to the memory of the great artist. He built a noble gallery, which he adorned with collections of his uncle's works and pictures of the scenes of his life. He also recognized the value of the poems, and for the first time collected the scattered leaves, and carefully revised and edited them. But unfortunately his care was not satisfied with ascertaining what Michelangelo really wrote and giving it to the public, but he thought his duty required him to make his poems acceptable to a newer and more enlightened age. He therefore reduced the poems to the level of his own taste, filling up gaps in the verses, adding others, softening harsh expressions, and omitting many strong peculiarities. He seems to have feared their free expression in religion, and as Guaste says, he kept an eye on the fiscal auditor and the theologian of Santa Croce. This work, published in 1623, was the basis of all the editions and translations for more than 200 years. Yet even in this garbled form the poems attracted the attention and won the hearts of scholars and lovers of poetry, so that several editions were published in Italy, and translations made in Latin, German, French, and English. In 1858 the councillor Cosimo Buonarroti, with patriotic generosity, gave to the city of Florence all the treasures received from his great ancestor, including many of the original manuscripts of the poems. Signor Guasti, having access to these remains, and also to other manuscripts preserved in the Vatican, has prepared and published an edition of the poems which, for clear arrangement of the text and for thoroughness and beauty of execution, is eminently satisfactory. He has given every aid needed by a foreigner moderately acquainted with the Italian language to read intelligently these masterpieces of thought, while he has carefully preserved all the various readings of the originals, giving first the one to which he himself assigns the preference, as probably the final form satisfactory to the poet himself. The English translators, Wordsworth, Taylor, and Harford, did not have the inestimable benefit of his work, and yet they have enriched our language with noble versions of some of the poems. Since Guasti's work was completed, Mr. John Addington Symonds has published a full set of translations of the sonnets. His work is of the greatest value to English students. He is as faithful to the text as the exigencies of translation will permit, and has given the historical sonnets with great spirit and energy. His versions differ in merit, it may be, from the greater obscurity of the original, or from less sympathy on his part with the thought of the poem, and a harsh expression sometimes destroys the harmony of the poetic diction. It is often difficult to render a terse Italian expression into English without using a homely word which approaches to coarseness. The modern reader misses in these poems the constant reference to nature's outward works, which form so large a part of the poetry of our own time. Michelangelo seldom alludes to special appearances in nature, and then only slightly to illustrate an abstract thought. Yet those argue superficially who believe him to have been insensible to natural beauty. The sonnets on night show his feeling for one of the most mysterious and exciting phases of nature, and the 38th sonnet refers to the common beauties of fount and rill and wave with freshness of tender feeling. We cannot accept the judgment of even so accomplished a critic as Pater that the world of natural things has almost no existence for him. He wrote a long pastoral poem in which he celebrates the peace and happiness of a shepherd's life. It begins simply and even playfully, but as he proceeds he quits this unfamiliar style for metaphysical speculation, and for a weird and powerful allegory, difficult to interpret. This poem recalls the style of Poliziano, as his madrigals and sonnets remind one sometimes of Petrarch, but more often of Dante. The facts of Michelangelo's life may be so easily learned from the many biographies that it is not necessary to repeat them here, except as they are alluded to in the poems. Few of his early writings remain, and it is not easy to assign the date of all his love poems. Probably many are lost. Most of those which we possess were written after his 60th year, and given to various friends. Among these were Sebastian del Piombo, the well-known artist, Luigi del Riccio, of whom Michelangelo said that he had the spirit of poesy, Donato Gianotti, whose criticisms he valued greatly, and Tommaso de Cavalieri, a young man of talent and beauty. His friends were very anxious to obtain these gems of poetry, and often sent him some little present of fruit or game, which he playfully acknowledges in a note appended to a sonnet or madrigal. The greater part of his poems are referred by Pater as the period between 1542 and 1547, the latter being the year of Vittoria Colonna's death, or from his 68th to his 73rd year. We have, however, the sonnet to Giorgio Vasari, dated 1554, and the lines to Cardinal Beccadelli, 1556, when he was 82 years old. The personal relation of greatest importance in this connection is with his beautiful and truly noble friend Vittoria Colonna. It is probable that Michelangelo first met this congenial spirit in 1536 or 1538. She was already a widow, whose poetic muse was employed in a constant tribute of love and grief to the memory of her husband. She was the idol of her own sex in Italy, who adored her as a saint and sought her counsels in doubt and distress. She was indeed admired by men of all classes, but she preserved the purity and modesty of her spirit, and was only prevented by the commands of the Pope from seeking the retirement of a cloister. The high themes of patriotism, philosophy, art, and religion engaged her thoughts, as they did those of Michelangelo, and on them they exchanged letters and poems, and he dedicated to her some of his noblest works in sculpture. He lived to mourn over her grave, and henceforth to find life robbed of its sweetest joy. The burden of old age and approaching death, with a deep sense of his own imperfections, lay heavy upon his heart, and found expression in those sonnets so full of deep struggle and sufferings. Finally, to understand them requires an intimate knowledge of the heart of man, as well as the circumstances of the age and country which surrounded him. It is common to speak of this relation as one of love, and expressions in the sonnets referring to his passion are taken literally. But to understand his words, we must remember the Platonic philosophy which filled his mind and gave color to all his thoughts. The high and dignified friendship was undoubtedly made sweet and tender by the delicate reverence which every true man feels for woman, but it was free from the folly of passion, which would have been alike unbecoming his high tone of thought and her unswerving devotion to her husband's memory. Such seems to have been the opinion of his contemporaries, who say he was enamored of the divine spirit of Vittoria Colonna. In the early part of their acquaintance he wrote to Tommaso de Cavaliere some poems which are supposed to have covert reference to Vittoria. It is possible that he may thus have spoken to this friend before he dared to address her personally, but the whole tone of their intercourse is frank, friendly, and thoughtful. Patriotism, love, art, and religion are the themes of his verse, and in all of them he struggled with passionate longings and bitter regrets. The city of his birth was degraded and enslaved, and in the visible church, which he never forsook, he had been obliged to recognize the foe of his country. We know nothing of the outward history of his love, but that he had felt the shock and recoil of passion, and that he had hungered and thirsted for affection, is but too evident. Yet there is no personal allusion or recognition of a want of the natural domestic ties dear to his heart. All is veiled in dim, solemn imagery which hides even while it reveals. Michelangelo's philosophy, based upon Platonism, is pure idealism. Human life, all mortal forms, are but the outward expression of spiritual life. He never rests in the outward and material, but sees it only as now concealing, now revealing the inward idea. The more the marble wastes, the more the statue grows. Death is a constant theme, but it is never a final end, always a step to higher life. He feels deep grief when it bears away his beloved ones, but he recognizes it as a sure friend which is to end all sorrows. It could defend one from all other miseries, even those of love. This philosophy was blended with his religious ideas, and the influences of the newly revived love of antiquity and of Christian teachings are both apparent in his poems. It is therefore possible to draw very varying inferences from his expressions in regard to his religious convictions. The more definite allusions to Christian theology in his later poems may be attributed to the influence of his friends Vittoria Colonna and the Cardinal Beccadelli, while the boldness and freedom of his thought in the poem on the death of his father recalls his early admiration for the prophet Savonarola. That Michelangelo was truly an idealist in art is evident. It is not the outward form, but the inward image that he is ever seeking. The beautiful is always an image of the divine, and the only reason for loving it in outward form is that it brings us near to the eternal fountain of love. So closely were religion, art, and love blended in his thought that it is sometimes impossible to tell to which he refers in his poems. The remorse which often oppresses him for the false love which has deluded him is that keen sense of unworthiness which haunts every sensitive soul worshipping the ideal and by no means implies any moral fault in his life. His contemporaries, especially Condivi, bear emphatic testimony to the temperance and purity of his thought, speech, and life. His love of poetry was fostered, if not awakened, by his early residence in Bologna with Aldoverandi, who delighted in his Tuscan accent, and often engaged him to read to him from Petrarch, Dante, and Boccaccio. How highly he reverenced the great poet of his country is shown by his noble sonnets to Dante, and by his illustrating the Divina Commedia with designs which, alas for us, are forever lost. But no biography gives us so intimate an acquaintance with the heart and life of this man as the poems which were the delight, solace, and relief of his lonely days. The many different readings show that they were dear to him, and we can often trace his efforts to give the exact shade of thought which he longed to express. They prove how utterly superficial is the judgment which denies to him tenderness and piety, and the most intense longing for the love and communion of his fellow beings. Yet too often solitude and loneliness were his lot. How keenly felt is shown in these poetic revelations. Life was very serious to him, and in an age so luxurious and frivolous, solitude seemed the only fitting companionship. And yet Donato Gianotti, who knew him well, makes him say in his dialogues, "Know that I am the man the most inclined to love persons that ever was born in any time. Whenever I see anyone who has any virtue, or shows any quickness of mind, or who can do or say anything more fittingly than others, I am constrained to fall in love with him, and I give myself up as prey to him, so that I am no more my own, but all his." Does not this explain many passages in his poems where he complains of the empire of love over him? His sympathies were so profound and intense that he felt obliged to hold himself aloof from men, lest his own power of free creation should be lost. Greatness and goodness are nearly allied. The more closely we study the life of this artist, whose colossal intellect and stern will give him rank among the very highest names in history, the more do we find the purity and truth of his moral nature and the depth of his affections, and we learn anew the great truth that intellectual development alone may make monsters, but only when heart and head work together can we have a true artist. End of section 2.
Epigrammi di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Sopra la notte del Buonarroto di Giovanni Strozzi. La notte che tu vedi in sì dolci atti dormir fu da un angelo scolpita in questo sasso, e perché dorme ha vita. Destala se non credi e parleratti.
Risposta del Buonarroto. Caro me il sonno, e più l'esser di sasso, mentre che il danno e la vergogna dura. Non veder, non sentir, è gran ventura, però non mi destar, te parla basso.
Epigrams, translated by Harford. On the Statue of Night by Giovanni Strozzi. Night, whom you see in soft repose in angels sculptured, yet life glows where sleep exists. Speak thou, for she, spite of thy doubts, will answer thee.
Reply of Buonarroti. Translation by E.C. 'Tis sweet to sleep, still more of stone to be, while sin and shame and injury remain. To see not, hear not, is my greatest gain. So pray speak low, and do not waken me.
Chi non vuol delle foglie, non ci venga di maggio.
On the Front of a Gate, translated by E.D.C. Who not leaves would bear away, must not come to us in May.
Amore è un concetto di bellezza immaginata, cui sta dentro al core, amica di virtute e gentilezza.
Love is a conceit of beauty. He who hears it in his heart is the gentle friend of duty. Translated by EDC. End of epigrams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Epitaffi di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Epitaffi per Cecchino Bracci Fiorentino, morto in Roma nel XVII anno, l'8 gennaio 1544, mandati a Luigi del Riccio. De serbi, se di me pietate alcuna, che qui son chiuso e dal mondo disciolto, le lacrime a bagnarsi il petto e il volto per chi resta suggetto alla fortuna. Non volse morte, non ancider senza l'arme degli anni e de superchi giorni la beltà che qui giace, acciò ch'or torni al ciel con la non persa sua presenza. Qui son sepulto e poco innanzi nato ero, e son quello al qual fu presta e cruda la morte sì che l'alma di me nuda s'accorge appena aver cangiato stato. L'alma di dentro di fuor non vedea come noi il volto chiuso in questo avello, che se nel ciel non è albergo sì bello, trarne la morte già ma non potea. Qui son morto creduto e per conforto del mondo vissi, e con 1000 alme in seno di veri amanti. Adunque a venir meno per tormen una sola non son morto. Qui vuol mie sorte ch'anzi tempo i dorma, ne son già morto, e ben ch'albergo cangi, resto in te vivo, ch'or mi vedi e piangi, se l'un nell'altro amante si trasforma. Se qui 100 anni t'han tolto 2 ore, un lustro è forza che l'eterno inganni. No, che un giorno è vissuto 100 anni, colui che in quello il tutto impara e muore. Gran ventura qui morto esser mi veggio, tal dota ebbi dal cielo anzi che veglio, che non possendo al mondo darmi meglio, ogni altro che la morte era al mie peggio. Se fussin per chi viva un'altra volta gli altrupianti a quest'ossa carne e sangue, sarie spietato per pietà chi langue, per rilegar lor l'alma in ciel disciolta. Sì fu già vivo, tu sol pietra il sai che qui mi serri, e s'alcun mi ricorda gli par sognar, sì morte è presta e ingorda, che quel che è stato non par fusse mai. De bracci nacqui, e dopo il primo pianto picciol tempo il sol vider gli occhi miei. Qui son per sempre, né per men vorrei si resto vivo in quel che m'amò tanto. Alla terra la terra e l'alma al cielo, qui reso a morte. A chi morto ancor m'ama ha dato in guardia mie bellezze fama, che eterni in pietra il mie terrestre velo. I fu cecch'in mortale e or son divo, poco ebbi il mondo e per sempre il ciel godo. Di sì bel cambio e di morte mi lodo, che molti morti e me partorì vivo. Non sempre al mondo è sì pregiato e caro di Michelangelo Buonarroti. A Luigi del Riccio. Non sempre al mondo è sì pregiato e caro quel che molti contenta, che non sia alcun che senta quel che è lor dolce spesse volte amaro. Il buon gusto è sì raro ch'a forza al vulgo cede, allor che dentro di se stesso gode. Ond'io, perdendo, imparo quel che di fuor non vede chi l'alma trista e suo sospir non ode. Il mondo è cieco e di suo gradio lode più giova a chi più scarso esserne suole, come sferza che nsegna e parte duole.
Translated by Southey. To Luigi del Riccio. Ill hath he chosen his part who seeks to please the worthless world. Ill hath he chosen his part, for often must he wear the look of ease when grief is in his heart, and often in his hours of happier feeling with sorrow must his countenance be hung, and ever his own better thoughts concealing, must he in stupid grandeur's praise be loud, and to the errors of the ignorant crowd assent with lying tongue. Thus much would I conceal that none should know what secret cause I have for silent woe, and taught by many a melancholy proof that those whom fortune favours it pollutes, I from the blind and faithless world aloof, nor fear its envy, nor desire its praise, but choose my path through solitary ways. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Perché troppo molesta di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Seconda lezione. Perché troppo molesta, ancor che dolce sia quella mercè che l'alma legar suole, mie libertà di questa vostra alta cortesia più che d'un furto si lamenta e duole, e com'occhio nel sole disgrega suo virtù ch'esser dovrebbe di maggior luce sa vederne sprona. Così il desir non vuole zoppa la grazia in me che da vo crebbe, che il poco al troppo spesso s'abbandona, né questo a quel perdona. Ch'amor vuol sol gli amici, onde son rari, di fortuna e virtù simili e pari.
Second reading. Translated by Harford. Lady, I trust it is not pride but obligations so allied to favour that I seem to see in your exalted courtesy infringement on my liberty. Oh, rather injure me than bind such fetters on my free-born mind, since the sun's radiance on the eye, shining in unblenched majesty, should heighten, not overwhelm, the sight, but dazzles by excess of light on me thus acts your presence bright. It charms, and yet its potent ray unnerves my reason's wonted sway. Small virtue, when its path is crossed by higher far, absorbed is lost. They who too much bestow confound, with such there is no common ground. Therefore, though rarely to be found, love wills that friends should equal be in virtue and in quality. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Ora in sul destro, ora in sul manco piede di Michelangelo Buonarroti. A Vittoria Colonna, marchesana di Pescara. Ora in sul destro, ora in sul manco piede variando cerco della mia salute, fra il vizio e la virtute il cor confuso mi travaglia e stanca, come chi il ciel non vede, che per ogni sentier si perde e manca. Porgo la carta bianca a vostri sacri inchiostri, ch'amor mi sganni, e pietà il ver ne scriva, che l'alma da sé franca non pieghi agli error nostri, mio breve resto e che men cieco viva. Chieggio a voi, alta e diva donna, saper se in ciel men grado tiene l'umil peccato che il superchio bene.
Translated by Harford. To Vittoria Colonna, Marchioness of Pescara. Midst endless doubts, shifting from right to left, how my salvation to secure I seek, and still twixt vice and virtue balancing. My heart confused weighs down and wearies me, as one who, having lost the light of heaven, bewildered strays, whatever path he takes. I, lady, to your sacred penmanship, present the blank page of my troubled mind, that you, in dissipation of my doubts, may on it write how my benighted soul on its desired end may not so fail as to incur at length a fatal fall. Be you the writer who have taught me how to tread by fairest paths the way to heaven. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Per non savere a ripigliar da tanti. In morte di Vittoria Colonna, 1547. Per non savere a ripigliar da tanti quell'insieme beltà che più non era in donna alta e sincera, prestata fu sotto un candido velo, a riscuoter da quanti al mondo son, mal si rimborsa al cielo. Ora in un breve anelo, anzi in un punto, Dio dal mondo poco accorto se l'ha ripresa e tolta agli occhi nostri. Ne metter può in oblio, benché il corpo sia morto, i suoi dolci leggiadri e sacri inchiostri. Crudel pietà qui mostri, se quanto a questa il ciel prestava ai brutti, sor per morte il rivuol morremor tutti.
On the Death of Vittoria Colonna, translated by Taylor. Pure and unsullied beauty heaven lent unto one noble, lofty, fair alone, beneath a spotless veil, that when through death reclaimed, it should not have to leave so many. If heaven indeed had shared it among all that mortal are, it scarce could have withdrawn it back, and re-enriched its treasury. Heaven has retained it from this mortal goddess, to call her so, and borne it from our eyes. Yet the sweet, beautiful, and holy verse cannot so soon into oblivion pass, although the mortal be removed by death. But pity, merciless, appears to us to show that if to each one heaven had given the beauty of this fair one to partake, we should all be obliged to suffer death, that heaven might repossess it of its own. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Perfido esempio alla mia vocazione di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Perfido esempio alla mia vocazione, nel parto mi fu data la bellezza, che d'ambo l'arti me lucerna e specchio, s'altro si pensa è falsa opinione. Questo sol l'occhio porta a quell'altezza capingere e scolpir qui m'apparecchio. Se giudizi temerari e sciocchi al senso tiran la beltà che muove e porta al cielo ogni intelletto sano, dal mortale al divin non vanno gli occhi infermi, e fermi sempre pur là dove ascender senza grazia è pensier vano.
Translated by E.D.C. To bind me faithful to my calling high, by birth was given me beauty's light. Lantern and mirror are two noble arts, and other faith is but a falsity. This bears the soul alone to its proud height. To paint, to sculpture, this all strength imparts, and other judgments foolish are and blind, which draw from sense the beauty that can move and bear to heaven each heart with wisdom sane. No road divine our eyes infirm may find, the mortal may not from that world remove, whence without grace to hope to rise is vain. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Gli occhi miei vaghi delle cose belle di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Gli occhi miei vaghi delle cose belle e l'alma insieme della sua salute non hanno altra virtute ch'ascenda al ciel che mirar tutte quelle. Dalle più alte stelle discende uno splendore che il desir tira a quelle, e qui si chiama amore. Né altro ha gentil core che l'innamori e arda, e che il consigli c'un volto che negli occhi lor somigli.
Translated by Harford. My eyes, which love to gaze on beauteous things, act on my soul, which pants for heavenly light, until I almost seem endued with wings, 'neath beauty's smile for a supernal flight. From loftiest stars shoot down a radiance all their own, drawing the soul above, and such we say is love, for naught can so control, charm, penetrate the soul, or counsel it in monitory guise, as a sweet face set off by starlit eyes. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Siccome per levar donna si pone di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Sì, come per levar donna si pone in pietra alpestra e dura una viva figura, che là più cresce u più la pietra scema, tal alcun opre buone per l'alma che pur trema cela il superchio della propria carne con l'inculta sua cruda e dura scorza. Tu pur dalle mie estreme parti può sollevarne, che in me non è di me voler né forza.
Translated by E.C. As, lady, when we hew away the rugged outer stone, a living form is shown, which as the marble waste grows more defined, so does our fleshly hull of clay, that harsh and rude and savage rind, conceal the impulses of right of the weak soul which trembles still. Thou only canst unbind this veil which hides my inner light, for I alone have neither strength nor will. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Beati voi che su nel ciel godete di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Beati voi che su nel ciel godete le lacrime che il mondo non ristora, favvi amor guerra ancora, oppur per morte liberi ne siete? La nostra eterna quiete, fuor d'ogni tempo, è priva d'invidia, amando ed angosciosi pianti. Dunque, a mal pro chi viva convien, come vedete, per amare e servire in dolor tanti. Se il cielo è degli amanti amico e il mondo ingrato, amando, a che son nato? A viver molto? E questo mi spaventa, che il poco e troppo a chi ben serve e stenta.
Translated by Taylor. O blessed ye who find in heaven the joy, the recompense of tears earth cannot yield. Tell me, has love still power over you? Or are ye freed by death from his constraint? The eternal rest to which we shall return when time has ceased to be, is a pure love, deprived of envy, loosed from sorrowing. Then is my greatest burden still to live, if whilst I love such sorrows must be mine. If heaven's indeed the friend of those who love, the world their cruel and ungrateful foe, oh, wherefore was I born with such a love? To live long years, 'tis this appalleth me, few are too long for him who serveth well. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Se gli è che il buon desio di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Se gli è che il buon desio porti dal mondo a Dio alcuna cosa bella, sol la mia donna è quella a chi ha gli occhi fatti com'ho io. Ogni altra cosa oblio e sol di tanto cura. Non è gran maraviglia s'io la amo e bramo e chiamo a tutte l'ore. N'è proprio valor mio se l'alma per natura s'appoggia a chi somiglia negli occhi gli occhi ond'ella scende fore. Se sente il primo amore come suo fin, per quel qua questa onora, ch'amar die il servo che il Signore adora.
Translated by Taylor. If it be true that any beauteous thing raises the pure and just desire of man from earth to God, the eternal fount of all, such I believe my love, for as in her so fair, in whom I all besides forget, I view the gentle work of her Creator. I have no care for any other thing whilst thus I love. Nor is it marvellous, since the effect is not of my own power, if the soul doth by nature tempt it forth, enamoured through the eyes, repose upon the eyes, which it resembleth, and through them riseth to the primal love, as to its end, and honours and admiring, for who adores the Maker needs must love his work. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Da maggior luce e da più chiara stella di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Da maggior luce e da più chiara stella la notte il ciel le sue da lunge accende. Te sol presso a te rende ogni or più bella ogni cosa men bella. Qual cor più questa o quella a pietà muove e sprona, ch'ogni or chiardo almen non s'aggiacegli? Chi senza aver ti dona vaga e gentil persona, e il volto e gli occhi e biondi e bei capegli, dunque contra te quegli ben fuggi e me con essi. Se il bello infra non begli beltà cresce a se stessi. Donna, mas tu rendessi quel che t'ha dato il ciel, ch'a noi l'ha tolto, sarie più il nostro e men bello il tuo volto.
Translated by E.D.C. By greater light and clearer star, night's heaven is lighted from afar, but things less fair, when near to thee, make thee more fair than thou wouldst be. O tell me, lady, which of these to pity moves and spurs, that when I burn, you may not freeze? Who thus gains beauty more than hers, a fair and lovely form, a face and eyes and flowing hair, would only her own charms deform by shunning one less fair? For beauty but more lovely grows, where others beauty lack. O lady, if what heaven bestows to us thou render back, what heaven from us has ta'en and given to thee, fairer our face, and thine less fair would be. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
De dimmi amor se l'alma di costei, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Dimmi amor se l'alma di costei fosse pietosa, come belli il volto, s'alcun saria sì stolto, ch'a sé non si togliessi ed essi a lei, ed io che più potrei servirla, amarla, se mi fosse amica, che, sendomi nemica, l'amo più ch'allor far non doverrei.
Translated by E.C. If pity filled her soul, O Cupid, say, as much as beauty glorifies her face, could any man be so bereft of grace as not to yield himself to her dear sway? And e'en if she were friendly, tell me, how could I truer slave and lover be, since, notwithstanding her hostility, far more than then I ought, I love her now. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Com'arò dunque ardire di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Com'arò dunque ardire senza vo, ma mio ben tenermi in vita, s'io non posso al partir chiedervi aita? Quei singulti e quei pianti e quei sospiri che il miser core voi accompagnorno, Madonna, duramente dimostrorno la mia propinqua morte e miei martiri. Ma se ver è che per assenzia mai mia fedel servitù vadia in oblio, il cor lasso con voi che non è mio.
Translated by Taylor. How shall I e'er have power taken from you to keep myself in life, unable, if at parting, to invoke your aid? These plaints, these sorrowings, these sighs, with which my grieving heart still follows you, with cruel indication, lady, show my near approaching death, my sufferings, but lest by absence you forgetful prove how I have served you with all faithfulness. As a remembrance of my long-borne woes, I leave to you my heart, which is not mine. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Come può essere ch'io non sia più mio? Di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Come può essere ch'io non sia più mio? O Dio, o Dio, o Dio, chi mi tolse a me stesso, ch'a me fusse più presso o più di me, che mi possa esser io? O Dio, o Dio, o Dio, come mi passa al core chi non par che mi tocchi. Che cosa è questa, amore, ch'al core entra per gli occhi e s'avvien che trabocchi per poco spazio, dentro par che cresca?
Translated by Harford. How is it that I seem no longer mine? Some power there seems to be, which molds my will by means I can't divine. My heart what flutterings move, touched in some viewless guise. What is this thing called love, which, entering by the eyes, pervades the inmost soul? Where spurning all control, it claims resistless sway, while countless outward acts its inward power display. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Questa mia donna è sì pronta e tardita, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Questa mia donna è sì pronta e tardita, ch'allor che la m'uccide ogni mio bene con gli occhi mi promette, e parte tiene il crudel ferro dentro alla ferita. E così morte e vita contrarie insieme in un picciol momento dentro all'anima sento, ma la grazia e il tormento minaccia morte per più lunga prova, ch'assai più nuoce il mal che il ben non giova.
Translated by Harford. Even when she slays me, my loved fair delights to act a double part. Her eyes speak promise, whilst her air and mien strike daggers through my heart. Thus death and life, in dubious strife, and joy and pain within me reign. Soon will the conflict close, and death's cold sway quench in the shades of night joy's flattering ray. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Occhi miei, siete certi, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Occhi miei, siete certi che il tempo passa e l'ora s'avvicina, ch'alle lacrime triste il passo serra. Pietà vi tenga aperti, mentre la mia divina donna si degna d'abitare in terra. Se grazia il ciel disserra, come a beati suole, questo mie vivo sole se lassù torna e partesi da noi, che cosa arete qua da veder poi?
Translated by E.C. Mine eyes, be certain quite that time is passing, and the hour draws nigh, which checks the course of every tear and sigh. May pity keep your sight, the while my fair divinity doth deign to walk the earth's broad face, if heaven is unbarred through grace, as for the blest is often done. If this my living son, returning upward, shall depart from me, what will ye then, O eyes, have left to see? End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Chi è quel che per forza a te mi mena, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Chi è quel che per forza a te mi mena? Oimè, 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 legato e stretto, e son libero e sciolto? Se tu incateni altrui senza catena e senza mani o braccia mai raccolto, chi mi difenderà dal tuo bel volto?
Translated by Harford. What is the power which, though I'm free, draws me in fetters bound to thee, sweet source of all my joy and pain? If to enchain without a chain, if round my yielding heart to twine soft bands invisible be thine, what shall defend me from the grace, the winning beauties of the face? What from the living splendor of thine eyes, when love embattled points his arrowy sorceries? End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Condotto da molt'anni all'ultim'ore, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Condotto da molt'anni all'ultim'ore, tardi conosco, o mondo, i tuoi diletti. La pace che non hai, altrui prometti, e quel riposo ch'anzi al nascer muore. La vergogna e il timore degli anni ch'or prescrive il ciel non mi rinuova che il vecchio e dolce errore, nel qual chi troppo vive l'anima incide e nulla al corpo giova. Il dico e so per pruova di me che in ciel quel solo a miglior sorte ch'ebbe al suo parto più presso la morte.
Translated by Taylor. Conducted by long years to the last hours, too late, O world, I learn thy emptiness, proffering to man the quiet thou hast not, and that repose which dieth in its birth, but not on that account reproach nor grief for all my fugitive and ill-spent years, renews desires and thoughts within my heart. For he who in sweet error groweth old, whilst he appears to quicken his desire, doth kill the soul. The body profits not. At length I see, by sad experience, that he enjoys a better, surer lot, who at his birth is nearest unto death. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Mentre che il mio passato m'è presente, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Mentre che il mio passato m'è presente, sì come ognor mi viene, o mondo falso, allor conosco bene l'errore e il danno dell'umana gente. Quel cor ch'al fin consente a tuo lusingi e a tuo van diletti, procaccia all'alma dolorosi guai. Ben lo sa chi lo sente, come spesso prometti altrui la pace e il ben che tu non hai, ne debbi aver giamai. Dunque a men grazia chi più qua soggiorna, che chi men vive più lieve al ciel torna.
Translated by Harford. When thoughts of days long past upon me steal, in vain I shun them, all their forms arise. Then, O fallacious world, I deeply feel how steeped in error man besotted lies. The heart which yields its faith to thee, charmed by thy magic sorcery, in thoughtless thrids the giddy round of vain delights within thee found, by the sad issue learns to know that pleasure is the nurse of woe. He who is wise at length will cease to trust thy promises of peace. Convinced thou never canst bestow the good it is not thine to know. The troubles I have proved, the griefs which dim my eyes, have sprung from yielding faith to thine vain fallacies. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Don a me vecchio e grave, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Don a me vecchio e grave, ov'io torno e rientro, sì come appeso il centro, che fuor di quel riposo alcun non ave, il ciel porge la chiave, amor le volge e gira, e apre a iusti il petto di costei. Le voglie inique e prave mi vieta, e là mi tira, già stanco e vil, fra rari e semidei. Grazie vengon da lei, strane e dolce e d'un certo valore, che per sé vive, chiunque per lei muore.
Translated by J.W.H. Lady, to me infirm and old, where I return and enter, as to the weight, the centre, which thence removed no stable rest can hold, kind heaven the keys doth proffer, which love should fit and turn, and thus to me doth offer that inner joy for which pure spirits yearn. Each sinful wish forbidding, he draws me with sweet leading, weary and low, to comrades half divine, while every grace of thine is strange and sweet, and of undoubted worth. Who dies for thee hast to new living birth. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Or d'un fier ghiaccio, or d'un ardente foco, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Or d'un fier ghiaccio, or d'un ardente foco, or danni o guai, or di vergogna armato, l'avvenir nel passato specchio con trista e dolorosa speme. E il ben, per durar poco, sento non men che il mal m'affligge e preme. Alla buona, alla ria fortuna insieme, di me già stanche ognor chieggio perdono. e veggio ben che della vita sono ventura e grazia l'ore breve e corte, se la miseria medica la morte.
Translated by E.D.C. Now in a frost, now in a burning flame, weighted with many years of woe and shame, the future and the past I see, yet with no hope that comforts me, since welfare, by its term so brief, loads and oppresses me like grief. Alike in good or evil fate, my weary self asks pardon late, and I see well that life's short hours are blessings from the gracious powers, if death can medicine my woeful state. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Amor, se tu sei Dio, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Amor, se tu sei Dio, non può ciò che tu vuoi? Fa per me, se puoi, quel ch'io farei per te, s'amor fuss'io. Sconviensi al gran desio d'alta beltà la speme, vie più l'effetto a chi è presto al morire. Pon nel tuo grado il mio, dolci gli fie chi il preme, che grazia per poc'or doppia al martire. Ben ti voglio ancor dire, che sarie morte, sa miseri e dura, a chi muor giunto all'alta sua ventura?
Translated by E.C. If thou art a god, love, is not thy power free? Ah, do for me if thou canst, love. What if I were love? I'd do for thee. 'Tis only with ill grace one woos a beauty rare, when weighted with years, and on the eve of dying. A moment take my place, is that which burdens fair? A transient grace is torment doubly trying, and this too, mid our sighing. What would death be, which e'en the wretched shun, to him who dies when highest bliss is won? End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Dal ciel discese e col mortal suo, poi, di Michelangelo Buonarroti, per Dante Alighieri, 1545. Dal ciel discese e col mortal suo, poi che visto ebbe l'inferno giusto e il pio, ritornò vivo a contemplare Dio, per dar di tutto il vero lume a noi, lucente stella che coraggi suoi fe chiaro a torto e il nido ove nacqu'io. Ne sarà il premio tutto il mondo rio, tu sol che la creasti esser quel puoi. Di Dante dico che mal conosciute fur l'opre suo da quel popolo ingrato che solo a giusti manca di salute. Fuss'io pur lui, ch'a tal fortuna nato per l'aspro esilio suo, con la virtute darei del mondo il più felice stato.
Translated by E.D.C. Sonnets 1. To Dante, 1545. From heaven he came, a mortal then, in hell's just path and mercy's highway trod, living, returned to look upon his God, and give his holy light to us again, a shining star that with its brilliant rays illumined in evil times the nest where I was born. As guerdon fit for him, this wicked earth I scorn. God his creator him alone repays. I speak of Dante, for alas, ill known his labors are by that foul mob ingrate, whose honors fail but to the just alone. Would I were he, for born to such a fate, his bitter exile and his courage shown, I would not change for earth's most happy state. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Quante dirne si dee non si può dire di Michelangelo Buonarroti. A Dante. Quante dirne si dee non si può dire, che troppo agli orbi il suo splendor s'accese. Biasmarsi può più il popol che l'offese, che al suo men pregio ogni maggior salire. Questo discese a merti del fallire per l'util nostro, e poi a Dio ascese, e le porte che il ciel non gli contese, la patria chiuse al suo giusto disire. Ingrata, dico, e della sua fortuna a suo danno nutrice, onde è ben segno che a più perfetti abbonda di più guai. Fra mille altre ragion sola quest'una, se par non ebbe il suo esilio indegno, simil uom né maggior non nacque mai.
Translated by E.D.C. Sonnet 2, to Dante. What should be said of him I may not speak. His splendor overwhelms my blinded sight. To censure those who wronged him is my right, since for his least worth my language is too weak. He bended low where God doth punish sin, to teach us, then to God did he ascend. 'Gainst him the gates of heaven would not defend. Yet his false country would not welcome him. Ungrateful country, of thy children's fate, nursed to thine harm, bear witness this. To thy most perfect comes thy greatest shame. So from 1,000 proofs this one I state, no equal exile hath there been to his, no greater man than he on earth e'er came. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Qua si fa elmi di calici e spade di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Qua si fa elmi di calici e spade, il sangue di Cristo si venda a giumelle, e croci e spine son lance e rotelle, e pur da Cristo pazienzia cade. Ma non c'arrivi più in queste contrade, che n'andrà il sangue suo sino alle stelle. Poscia che a Roma gli vendon la pelle, e ci d'ogni ben chiuso le strade. Si ebbi ma voglia a posseder tesauro, perciò che qua opra da me partita può quel nel manto che meduse in Mauro. Ma se alto in cielo e povertà gradita, qual fia di nostro stato il gran restauro, su un altro segno ammorza l'altra vita.
Translated by Symonds. Sonnet number 4. Here helms and swords are made of chalices. The blood of Christ is sold so much the court. His cross and thorns are spears and shields. In short must be the time ere even his patience cease. Nay, let him come no more to raise the fees of this foul sacrilege beyond report. For Rome still flays and sells him at the court, where paths are closed to virtue's fair increase. Now were fit time for me to scrape a treasure, seeing that work and gain are gone, while he who wears the robe is my Medusa still. God welcomes poverty, perchance with pleasure, but of that better life what hope have we, when the blessed banner leads to naught but ill? End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Io ho già fatto un gozzo in questo stento di Michelangelo Buonarroti a Giovanni da Pistoia, quando l'autore dipigneva la volta della Sistina, 1509. Io ho già fatto un gozzo in questo stento, come fa l'acqua a gatti in Lombardia, over d'altro paese che si sia, ch'a forza il ventre appicca sotto il mento, la barba al cielo, e la memoria sento in sullo scrigno, e il petto fo d'arpia, e il pennel sopra il viso tuttavia me fa, gocciando, un ricco pavimento, e l'ombi entrati mi son nella peccia, e fo del cul per contrapeso groppa, e passi senza gli occhi muovo invano. Dinanzi mi s'allunga la corteccia, e per piegarsi adietro si raggroppa, e tendomi comarco soriano. Però, fallace e strano, surge il giudizio che la mente porta, che mal si trà per cerbottana torta. La mia pittura morta difendi ormai, Giovanni, e il mio onore, non sendo in loco bon né io pittore.
Translated by Symonds. Sonnet number 5. To Giovanni da Pistoia, while the author was painting the Sistine Chapel, 1509. I've grown a goiter by dwelling in this den, as cats from stagnant streams in Lombardy, or in what other land they hap to be, which drives the belly close beneath the chin. My beard turns up to heaven, my nape falls in, fixed on my spine, my breastbone visibly grows like a harp. A rich embroidery bedews my face from brush-drops thick and thin. My loins into my paunch like levers grind. My buttock like a crupper bears my weight. My feet unguided wander to and fro. In front my skin grows loose and long. Behind, by bending, it becomes more taut and straight. Crosswise I strain me like a Syrian bow. Whence false and quaint, I know, must be the fruit of squinting brain and eye, for ill can aim the gun that bends awry. Come then, Giovanni, try to succour my dead pictures and my fame, since foul I fare, and painting is my shame. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Felice spirito, che con zelo ardente, di Michelangelo Buonarroti, a Vittoria Colonna. Felice spirito, che con zelo ardente, vecchio, alla morte, in vita il mio cor tieni, e fra mill'altri tuoi diletti e beni me sol saluti fra più nobil gente, come mi fusti agli occhi, ora alla mente, per l'altru fiate a consolarmi vieni. Onde la speme il duol par che raffreni, che non men che il disio l'anima sente. Dunque, trovando in te chi per me parla, grazia di te per me fra tante cure, tal grazia ne ringrazia chi ti scrive, che sconce gran dosur saria farla, donandoti turpissime pitture per riaver persone belle e vive.
Translated by Symonds. Sonnet 12. To Vittoria Colonna. Blessed Spirit, who with loving tenderness quickenest my heart so old and near to die, who mid thy joys on me dost bend an eye, though many nobler men around thee press, as thou wert erewhile wont my sight to bless, so to console my mind thou now dost fly. Hope therefore stills the pangs of memory, which coupled with desire my soul distress. So finding in thee grace to plead for me, thy thoughts for me sunk in so sad a case. He who now writes returns thee thanks for these, lo it were foul and monstrous usury to send thee ugliest paintings in the place of thy fair spirit's living fantasies. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Per esser manco almen, signora, indegno, di Michelangelo Buonarroti, a Vittoria Colonna. Per esser manco almen, signora, indegno dell'immensa vostr'alta cortesia, prima, all'incontro a quella, usar la mia con tutto il cor volse il mie basso ingegno. Ma, visto poi, ch'a scendere a quel segno proprio valor non è capra la via, perdon domanda le mie colparia, e del fallir più saggio ognor divegno. E veggio ben com'erra, s'alcun crede, la grazia che da voi divina piove, pareggi l'opra mia caduca e frale. L'ingegno e l'arte e la memoria cede, c'un don celeste mai con 1000 pruove pagar può sol del suo chi è mortale.
Translated by E.D.C. Sonnet 13. To Vittoria Colonna. O noble lady, but more true to be to the high gift of your great courtesy, I gladly would increase merit fine in the poor efforts of my lowly mind. But when unto this lofty height I climb, the strength and worth to reach it are not mine. My wicked boldness asks for saving grace, that wisdom may some good from failure trace. He errs, if any lets that foolish thought prevail, that to the grace divine flowing from you to me, my frail and dying work can ever equal be. My mind and art and memory all would fail. How can a mortal, with 1,000 efforts, pay celestial gifts in his poor feeble way? End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Da che concetto all'arte intera e diva di Michelangelo Buonarroti a Vittoria Colonna 1550. Da che concetto all'arte intera e diva la forma e gli atti d'alcun, poi di quello d'umil materia un semplice modello, è il primo parto che da quel deriva, ma nel secondo poi di pietra viva s'adempion le promesse del martello, e si rinasce tal concetto è bello, che ma non è chi suo eterno prescriva. Simil di me model nacquio da prima, di me model per cosa più perfetta, da voi rinascer poi donna alta e degna, se il poco accresce il mio superchio lima. Vostra pietà, qual penitenzia aspetta mio fiero ardor, si mi gastiga e insegna?
Translated by Symonds. Sonnet 14. To Vittoria Colonna. 1550. When divine art conceives a form and face, she bids the craftsman for his first essay to shape a simple model in mere clay. This is the earliest birth of art's embrace. From the live marble in the second place, his mallet brings into the light of day a thing so beautiful that who can say when time shall conquer that immortal grace? Thus my own model I was born to be, the model of that nobler self, whereto schooled by your pity, lady, I shall grow. Each overplus and each deficiency you will make good. What penance then is due for my fierce heat, chastened and taught by you? End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Non ha l'ottimo artista alcun concetto di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Non ha l'ottimo artista alcun concetto, con marmo solo in sé non circonscriva col suo soverchio, e solo a quello arriva la man che ubbidisce all'intelletto. Il mal che io fungo e il ben che io mi prometto in te, donna leggiadra, altera e diva, tal si nasconde, e perché o più non viva, contraria o l'arte al disiato effetto. Amor dunque non ha né tua beltate, o durezza, o fortuna, o gran disdegno del mio mal colpa, o mio destino, o sorte. Se dentro del tuo cor morte e pietate porti in un tempo, e che il mio basso ingegno non sappia ardendo trarne altro che morte.
Translated by Symonds. Sonnet 12. To Vittoria Colonna. Blessed Spirit, who with loving tenderness quickenest my heart so old and near to die, who mid thy joys on me dost bend an eye, though many nobler men around thee press, as thou wert erewhile wont my sight to bless, so to console my mind thou now dost fly. Hope therefore stills the pangs of memory, which coupled with desire my soul distress. So finding in thee grace to plead for me, thy thoughts for me sunk in so sad a case. He who now writes returns thee thanks for these, lo, it were foul and monstrous usury to send thee ugliest paintings in the place of thy fair spirit's living fantasies. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Come esser donna può quel ch'alcun vede di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Come esser donna può quel ch'alcun vede per lunga esperienza, che più dura l'immagin viva in pietra alpestra e dura che il suo fattor che gli anni in cener riede. La causa all'effetto inclina e cede, onde dall'arte è vinta la natura. Io il so che il provo in la bella scultura, ch'all'opra il tempo e morte non tien fede. Dunque posso ambo noi dar lunga vita in qualsia modo, o di colore o sasso, di noi sembrando l'uno e l'altro volto, sì che 1000 anni dopo la partita, quanto e voi bella fusti, e quanto io lasso si veggia, e come amarvi io non fui stolto.
Translated by Taylor. Sonnet 17. How, lady, can it be, which yet is shown by long experience, that the imaged form lives in the mountain stone, and long survives its maker, whom the dart of death soon strikes? The frailer cause doth yield to the effect, and nature is in this by art surpassed. I know it well, whom sculpture so befriends, whilst evermore time breaketh faith with me. Perchance to both of us I may impart a lasting life in colours or in stone, by copying the mind and face of each, so that for ages after my decease the world may see how beautiful thou wert, how much I loved thee, nor in loving erred. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Quanto si gode liete e ben contesta di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Quanto si gode liete e ben contesta di fior sopra crin d'or d'una ghirlanda, che l'altro innanzi l'uno all'altro manda, come che il primo sia a baciar la testa. Contente tutto il giorno quella vesta che serra il petto, e poi par che si spanda, e quel coro filato si domanda, le guance il collo di toccar non resta. Ma più lieto quel nastro par che goda, dorato in punta, con sì fatte tempre che preme e tocca il petto che li allaccia, e la schietta cintura che s'annoda mi par dir seco, quivo stringer sempre. Or che farebbon dunque le mie braccia?
Translated by Symonds. Sonnet 20. What joy hath yon glad wreath of flowers that is around her golden hair, so deftly twined, each blossom pressing forward from behind, as though to be the first her brows to kiss? The livelong day her dress hath perfect bliss, that now reveals her breast, now seems to bind, and that fair woven net of gold refined rests on her cheek and throat in happiness. Yet still more blissful seems to me the band gilt at the tips, so sweetly doth it ring, and clasp the bosom that it serves to lace. Yea, and the belt, to such as understand, bound round her waist, saith, Here I'd ever cling, what would my arms do in that girdle's place? End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
D'altrui pietoso il sol di sé spietato di Michelangelo Buonarroti. D'altrui pietoso il sol di sé spietato nasce un vil bruto che con dolce dolia l'altrui man veste e la sua scorza spoglia e il sol per morte si può dir ben nato. Così volessi al mio signor mia fato vestir sua viva di mia morta spoglia, che come serpe al sasso si discoglia, pur per morte potria cangiar mia stato. Oh, fusse sol la mia l'irsuta pelle, che dal suo pel contesta fa tal gonna che con ventura stringe sì bel seno, che il giorno pur m'arresti, o le pianelle foss'io, che basa quel fanno e colonna, ch'al piover darei pure addosso almeno.
Translated by Symonds. Sonnet 21. Kind to the world, but to itself unkind, a worm is born that, dying noiselessly, despoils itself to clothe fair limbs, and be in its true worth by death alone divined. Oh, would that I might die, for her to find raiment in my outworn mortality, that, changing like the snake, I might be free to cast the slough wherein I dwell confined. Nay, were it mine, that shaggy fleece that stays, woven and wrought into a vestment fair, around her beauteous bosom in such bliss, all through the day she'd clasp me. Would I were the shoes that bear her burden, when the ways were wet with rain, her feet I then should kiss. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Ben posson gli occhi miei presso e lontano di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Ben posson gli occhi miei presso e lontano veder dove apparisce il tuo bel volto, ma dove l'or a pie donna è ben tolto portar le braccia e l'una e l'altra mano. L'anima, l'intelletto intero e sano, per gli occhi ascende più libero e sciolto all'alta tua beltà, ma l'ardor molto non dà tal privilegio al corpo umano grave e mortal, sì che mal segue poi, sensale ancor, d'un'angioletta il volo, e il veder sol pur se ne gloria e loda. Te, se tu puoi nel ciel quanto tra noi, fa del mio corpo tutto un occhio solo, né fia poi parte in me che non ti goda.
Translated by E.C. Sonnet 23. My eyes may wander, whether far or near, wherever shows itself thy face so fair, but yet my feet, O lady, may not dare to bring my arms within this vision's sphere. The soul, the intellect, intact and clear, ascendeth through the eyes with freedom, where thy beauty reigns, yet all our longing ne'er can serve to make the human body freer. This heavy mortal frame doth strive but ill, wingless with angels' lofty flight to vie, and all its boast and pleasure are to see. Ah, if in heaven, as here, thou hast thy will, make thou my body all one single eye, that I may have no part but joys in thee. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Spirito ben nato in cui si specchia e vede di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Spirito ben nato in cui si specchia e vede nelle tue belle membra oneste e care quante natura il ciel tra no può fare quando a null'altra suo bell'opra cede. Spirito leggiadro in cui si spera e crede dentro come di fuor nel viso appare amor, pietà, mercè, cose sì rare che ma furne in beltà con tanta fede. L'amor mi prende e la beltà mi lega. La pietà, la mercè, con dolci sguardi, ferma speranza al cor par che ne doni. Qual uso o qual governo al mondo niega, qual crudeltà per tempo o qual più tardi, che a sì bel viso morte non perdoni.
Translated by Taylor. Sonnet 24. Thou high-born spirit, on whose countenance pure and beloved is seen reflected all that heaven and nature can on earth achieve, surpassing all their beauteous works with one, fair spirit, within whom we hope to find, as in thine outward countenance appears, love, piety, and mercy, things so rare as with such faith were ne'er in beauty found. Love seizes me, and beauty chains my soul. The pitying love of thy blessed countenance gives to my heart, it seems, firm confidence. Thou faithless world, thou sad, deceitful life, what law, what envious decree denies that death should spare a work so beautiful? End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Dimmi di grazia, amor, se gli occhi miei di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Dimmi di grazia, amor, se gli occhi miei veggono il ver della beltà ch'aspiro, o se io l'ho dentro, allor che, dove io miro, veggio più bello il viso di costei. Tu l devi saper, poi che tu vien con lei attorno ogni mia pace, onde io m'adiro, ne vorrei manco un minimo sospiro, né men ardente fuoco chiederei.
La beltà che tu vedi è ben da quella, ma cresce poi che miglior loco sale, se per gli occhi mortali all'alma corre. Quivi si fa divina, onesta e bella, come a sé simil vuol cosa immortale. Questa e non quella agli occhi tuoi precorre.
Translated by Taylor. Sonnet 25.
Poet. Tell me, O love, I pray thee, do mine eyes behold that beauty's truth which I admire, or lives it in my heart? For wheresoe'er I turn, more fair her countenance appears. Thou well must know, for thou dost come with her to take from me my peace, whence I complain. And yet I would not wish one brief sigh less, nor that the flame within me were less strong.
Love. The beauty thou regardest is from her, but grows as to a better place it riseth. If through the mortal eyes it finds the soul, there it becomes ennobled, fair, divine. For immortal thing assimilates the pure. This one and not the other meets thine eye. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
La vita del mio amor non è il cor mio, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. La vita del mio amor non è il cor mio, ch'amor di quel ch'io t'amo è senza core, dove cosa mortal piena d'errore esser non può giammai, né pensier io. Amor nel dipartir l'alma da Dio me fe san occhio, e te luce splendore, né può non rivederlo in quel che muore di te per nostro mal mie gran disio. Come dal fuoco il caldo esser diviso non può, dal bel eterno ogni mia stima, che esalta ond'ella vien chi più l somiglia. Tu c'hai negli occhi tutto il paradiso, per ritornar là dove t'amai prima, ricorro ardendo sotto alle tue ciglia.
Translated by Harford. The life spring of my love is not my heart. I love thee with a love devoid of heart, there tending where no human passion, fraught with error, nor a guilty thought is found. Love, when our souls proceeded forth from God, my vision clear, in thee all splendour made. And still I seem its traces to behold, e'en in thy frame which sin has mortal made. As heat from fire is not divisible, thus with the eternal blends the beautiful. And I their emanations ever hail, beholding in thine eyes bright paradise. Ever beneath their radiance I would dwell, and thus return where first I loved thee so. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Veggio cobei vostr'occhi un dolce lume di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Veggio cobei vostri occhi un dolce lume che co miei ciechi già veder non posso. Porto co vostri piedi un pondo addosso che de mie zoppi non è già costume. Volo con le vostr'ale senza piume, col vostro ingegno al ciel sempre son mosso. Dal vostro arbitrio son pallido e rosso, freddo al sol, caldo alle più fredde brume. Nel voler vostro è sol la voglia mia, i miei pensier nel vostro cor si fanno, nel vostro fiato son le mie parole, come l'una da sé sol par ch'io sia, che gli occhi nostri in ciel veder non sanno se non quel tanto che n'accende il sole.
Translated by Taylor. Sonnet 30. Through your clear eyes I view a beauteous light, that my dark sight would ever seek in vain. With your firm steps a burden I support, which my weak power was never used to bear. I soar aloft, unplumed upon your wings, by your intelligence to heaven am raised. Your smile or frown maketh me pale or red, cold in the sun, warm mid severest chills. In your will is mine own will, ever fixed. My thoughts find birth and growth within your heart. My words are from your spirit only drawn. And like the moon, alone in heaven, I seem, that to our eyes were indiscernible, save by that light which from the sun proceeds. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
S'un casto amor, s'una pietà superna, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. S'un casto amor, s'una pietà superna, s'una fortuna infra due amanti quale, s'un'aspra sorte all'un dell'altro cale, s'un spirito, s'un voler duo cor governa, s'un'anima in duo corpi è fatta eterna, ambo levando al cielo e con pari ale, s'amor d'un colpo ed un dorato strale le viscer di duo petti arde e discierna, s'amar l'un l'altro e nessun se medesmo, d'un gusto e d'un diletto a tal mercede ch'a un fin voglia l'uno e l'altro porre, se mille e mille non sarian centesmo a tal nodo d'amore, a tanta fede, e sol l'isdegno il può rompere e sciorre.
Translated by E.D.C. Sonnet 32. If a chaste love, a piety supernal, a fortune to two lovers equal still, that grief to one doth bring the other ill, one spirit binding both with bond fraternal. If one soul in two frames become eternal, to heaven rising both with equal wing, if love with one gold arrow from its string within both hearts kindles a flame internal, if each the other loves and loves himself no more, in love all joy but its own love resigns, and the same end the will of both must choose. In thousand proofs like these, and yet 1,000 more, are scarce a tithe such faith, such love designs, can wrath itself such loving bondage loose. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Rendete agli occhi miei, o fonte o fiume, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Rendete agli occhi miei, o fonte o fiume, l'onde della non vostra e salda vena, che più v'innalza e cresce e con più lena che non è il vostro natural costume. E tu, foltaer, che il celeste lume tempri a tristi occhi, de sospir miei piena, rendigli al cor mio lasso, e rasserena tua scura faccia al mio visivo accume. Renda la terra i passi alle mie piante, ch'ancor l'erba germogli che gli è tolta, e il suono, ecco, già sorda a miei lamenti, gli sguardi agli occhi miei, tue luce sante, che io possa altra bellezza un'altra volta amar, poiché di me non ti contenti.
Translated by Symonds. Sonnet 38. Give back unto mine eyes, ye fount and rill, those streams not yours that are so full and strong that swell your springs and roll your waves along with force unwonted in your native hill. And thou, dense air, weighed with my sighs so chill, that hidest heaven's own light thick mists among, give back those sighs to my sad heart, nor wrong my visual ray with thy dark face of ill. Let earth give back the footprints that I wore, that the bare grass I spoiled may sprout again, and echo, now grown deaf, my cries return. Loved eyes, unto mine eyes these looks restore, and let me woo another not in vain, since how to please thee I shall never learn. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Non so se sia la desiata luce di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Non so se sia la desiata luce del suo primo fattor che l'alma sente, o se dalla memoria della gente alcun'altra beltà nel cor traluce, o se fama o se sogno alcun produce agli occhi manifesto al cor presente, di sé lasciando un non so che coccente, che forse or quel che a pianger mi conduce. Quel che sento e chi cerco e chi mi guidi meco non è, ne so ben veder dove trovarmel possa, e par ch'altri mel mostri. Questo, signor, m'avvien pochi vi vidi, c'un dolce amaro, un sì e no mi muove, certo saranno stati gli occhi vostri.
Translated by Taylor. Sonnet 40. I know not if it be the imaged light of its first maker which the soul doth feel, or if derived from memory or the mind, some other beauty shines into the heart, or if the ardent ray of its first state doth still resplendent beam within the mind, leaving I know not what unrestful pain, which is perchance the cause that makes me weep. That which I see and feel is not with me. I have no guide, nor know I where to look to find one. Yet it seems as if revealed. Thus, lady, have I been since I beheld you, moved by a yes and no. Sweet bitterness! It surely was the effect your eyes produced. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Perché Febo non torce e non distende di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Perché Febo non torce e non distende d'intorno a questo globo freddo e molle le braccia sua lucenti, e il vulgo volle notte chiamar quel sol che non comprende, e tant'è debol che s'alcun accende un picciol torchio in quella parte tolle la vita dalla notte, e tant'è folle che l'esca col fucil la squarcia e fende. E se gli è pur che qualche cosa sia, certa è figlia del sol e della terra, che l'un tien l'ombra e l'altro sol la cria. Mal sia che vuol, che pur chi la loda erra, vedova, scuri in tanta gelosia ch'una lucciola sol gli può far guerra.
Sonnet 43, translated by F.B.S. Because Hyperion, journeying toward his hall, turns on the tearful earth no more his face, denying the sad mother his embrace, why should we night yon doubtful daylight call? 'Tis daylight sick, you say, so weak withal, one little candle can its life efface. Nay, this brief spark can thrust it out of place, darting from flint, on tinder frail to fall. Well, name her what you will. To me 'tis clear, night is earth's daughter, fathered by the sun. Be it so, but never call her fair nor dear, a black-robed widow she, even such an one, so jealous and so full of idle fear, that from the firefly's brisk assault she'll run. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
O notto, dolce tempo, benché nero, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. O notto, dolce tempo, benché nero, con pace ogni opera sempre al fin assalta. Ben vede e ben intende chi t'esalta, e chi t'onor all'intelletto intero. Tu mozzi e tronchi ogni stanco pensiero, che l'umidombra ogni quieta appalta. E dall'infima parte alla più alta in sogno spesso porti ovire spero. O ombra del morir, per cui sì, ferma ogni miseria, l'alma al cor nemica, ultimo degli afflitti e buon rimedio. Tu rendi sana nostra carne inferma, rasciughi i pianti e posi ogni fatica, e furia chi ben vive ogni ira e tedio.
Translated by F.B.S. Sonnet 44. O night, O season fair, though black thou be, all strife in thee doth find its peaceful end. Clear eyes, pure hearts, take thee to be their friend, and wholesome are his thoughts who honours thee. Thou lopst away all weary cares from me, while dewy shades unbroken quiet lend. In dreams thou leadest me where I would wend, and high exaltest me, from low passion free. Image of death, on thee the deathless soul stays every sorrow fatal to life's peace. Irksome no more the good man's moments flow, his flesh and sense infirm thou makest whole, his tears thou driest, his weary labours cease, latest and best release from haunting woe. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Se avessi creduto al primo sguardo, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Se avessi creduto al primo sguardo di quest'alma fenice al caldo sole rinnovarmi per foco, come suole, nell'ultima vecchiezza, ond'io tuttardo, qual più veloce cervio, o lince, o pardo, segue il suo bene e fugge quel che dole. Agli atti, al riso, all'oneste parole sarie corsanzi, ond'or son presto e tardo. Ma perché più dolermi, pochi veggio negli occhi di quest'angel lieto e solo mie pace, mie riposo e mie salute. Forse che prima sarie stato il peggio vederlo, udirlo, sordi pari a volo, secom in penna seguir suo virtute.
Translated by F.B.S. Sonnet 44. O night, O season fair, though black thou be, all strife in thee doth find its peaceful end. Clear eyes, pure hearts, take thee to be their friend, and wholesome are his thoughts who honours thee. Thou lop'st away all weary cares from me, while dewy shades unbroken quiet lend. In dreams thou leadest me where I would wend, and high exaltest me, from low passion free. Image of death, on thee the deathless soul stays every sorrow fatal to life's peace. Irksome no more the good man's moments flow, his flesh and sense infirm thou makest whole, his tears thou driest, his weary labours cease, latest and best release from haunting woe. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Tornami al tempo allor che lenta e sciolta, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Tornami al tempo allor che lenta e sciolta al cieco ardor m'era la briglia e il freno. Rendimi il volto angelico sereno, onde fu seco ogni virtù sepolta, e passi spessi e con fatica molta, che son sì lenti a chi è d'anni pieno. Tornami l'acqua e il fuoco in mezzo il seno, se vuoi di me saziarti un'altra volta. E s'egli è pur, amor, che tu sol viva de dolci amari pianti de mortali, d'un vecchio stanco ma può goder poco, che l'alma, quasi giunta all'altra riva, fa scudo a tuo con più pietosi strali, ed un legnarso fa vil pruova al fuoco.
Translated by Taylor. Return me to the time when loose the curb, and my blind arter's rein was unrestrained. Restore the face, angelic and serene, which took from nature all she had of charm. Restore the steps, wasted with toil and pain, that are so slow to one now full of years. Bring back the tears, the fire within my breast, if thou wouldst see me glow and weep again. Yet if 'tis true, O love, that thou dost live alone upon our sweet and bitter tears, what canst thou hope from an old dying man? Now that my soul has almost reached the shore, 'tis time to prove the darts of other love, and become food of a more worthy fire. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Non vider gli occhi miei cosa mortale, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Non vider gli occhi miei cosa mortale, allor che nebbe vostri intera pace trovai, ma dentro ov'ogni mal dispiace, chi d'amor l'alma a sé simil m'assale. E se creata a Dio non fusse eguale, altro che il bel di fuor, ch'agli occhi piace, più non vorria, ma perché si fallace, trascende nella forma universale. Io dico che a chi vive quel che muore, quetar non può disir, né par s'aspetti l'eterno al tempo, ove altri cangia il pelo. Voglia sfrenata il senso è, non amore, che l'alma uccide, e il nostro fa perfetti gli amici qui, ma più per morte in cielo.
Translated by Wordsworth. No mortal object did these eyes behold, when first they met the placid light of thine, and my soul felt her destiny divine, and hope of endless peace in me grew bold. Heaven-born, the soul a heavenward course must hold. Beyond the visible world she soars to seek, for what delights the sense is false and weak. Ideal form, the universal mold, the wise man, I affirm, can find no rest in that which perishes, nor will he lend his heart to aught which doth on time depend. 'Tis sense, unbridled will, and not true love, that kills the soul. Love betters what is best, even here below, but more in heaven above. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
non è sempre di colpa aspra e mortale, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Non è sempre di colpa aspra e mortale d'un'immensa bellezza un fero ardore, se poi sì, lascia liquefatto il core, che in breve il penetri un divino strale. Amore sveglia e desta e impenna l'ale, né l'alto vol prescrive al van furore, qual primo grado ch'al suo creatore di quel non sazia l'alma ascende e sale. L'amor di quel ch'io parlo in alto aspira. Donna, è di simil troppo, e mal conviensi arder di quella al cor saggio e virile. L'una tira al cielo e l'altro in terra tira. Nell'alma l'un, l'altro abita nei sensi, e l'arco tira cose basse e vile.
Translated by E.D.C. It is not always vain and empty sin to love a glorious beauty with great love, if thus diviner arrows from above may penetrate the softened heart within. Love wakes and moves and plumes the wing for highest flight, and oft its burning ray, as a first step, shall on its upward way the aspiring soul to its Creator bring. That love whereof I speak aspires on high. Lady, 'tis most unlike, for suits but ill in earth-born flame the wise and manly heart. One draws to heaven, but one on earth would lie. One doth the soul, one but the senses fill, bending its bow to base and villain art. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Veggio nel tuo bel viso, signor mio, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Veggio nel tuo bel viso, signor mio, quel che narrar mal puossi in questa vita. L'anima, della carne ancor vestita, con esso è già più volte ascesa a Dio. E se il vulgo malvagio, sciocco e rio, di quel che sente altrui segna e addita, non è l'intensa voglia men gradita, l'amor, la fede e l'onesto desio. A quel pietoso fonte, onde sian tutti, s'assembra ogni beltà che qua si vede, più ch'altra cosa alle persone accorte. Né altro saggio abbiam, né altri frutti, del cielo in terra. E si vamo con fede, trascendo a Dio, e fu dolce la morte.
Sonnet 54, translated by Harford. Read by my thoughts, thy features seem to shine with that which human words can ill explain. A soul still compassed with its earthly chain, but beauteous, bright, and fired with love divine. And if the base and envious world malign, and point with scorn at those who think like thee, unchanging still with firm fidelity, my heart, my faith, my preference are thine. Deep in that source whence our existence flows, beauty's transcendent forms are all combined, beyond aught other attributes of mind. No trace of heaven on earth we elsewhere meet, and he who faithful love on thee bestows aspires to God, and thinks of death as sweet. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Tu sa chi so, signor mie, che tu sai, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Tu sa chi so, signor mie, che tu sai chi venni per goderti più da presso, e sai chi so, che tu sa chi son desso. A che più indugio a salutarci omai? Se vera è la speranza che mi dai, se vero è il buon desio che m'è concesso, rompasi il mur fra l'una e l'altra messo. Che doppia forza hanno i celati guai, siamo sol di te, signor mie caro, quel che di te più ami, non ti sdegni. Che l'un dell'altro spirito s'innamora, quel che del tuo bel volto bramo e imparo, è mal compresè dagli umani ingegni. Chi vuol veder, convien che prima mora.
Sonnet 55, translated by Symonds. Thou knowest, love, I know that thou dost know, that I am here more near to thee to be, and knowest that I know thou knowest me. What means it, then, that we are sundered so? If they are true, these hopes that from thee flow, if it is real, this sweet expectancy, break down the wall that stands twixt me and thee. For pain in prison pent hath double woe, because in thee I love, O my loved Lord. What thou best lovest, be not therefore stern. Souls burn for souls, spirits to spirits cry. I seek the splendor in thy fair face stored, yet living man that beauty scarce can learn, and he who would fain find it must first die. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Per ritornar là donde venne fora, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Per ritornar là donde venne fora l'immortal forma al tuo carcer terreno, venne come angel di pietà sì pieno che sana ogni intelletto e il mondo onora. Questo sol m'arde e questo m'innamora, non pur di fora il tuo volto sereno, ch'amor non già di cosa che vien meno, ti inferma speme, in cui virtù dimora, né altro avvien di cose altere e nuove, in cui si preme la natura, e il cielo è ch'a lor parto largo s'apparecchia, me Dio, suo grazia, mi si mostra altrove, più che in alcun leggiadro e mortal velo, e quel sol amo, perché in quel si specchia.
Sonnet 56, translated by Symonds. As one who will reseek her home of light, thy form immortal to this prison house, descended like an angel piteous, to heal all hearts, and make the whole world bright. 'Tis this that thrills my soul in love's delight, not thy clear face of beauty glorious, for he who harbors virtue still will choose to love what neither years nor death can blight. So fares it ever with things high and rare, wrought in the sweat of nature. Heaven above showers on their birth the blessings of her prime, nor hath God deigned to show himself elsewhere more clearly than in human forms sublime, which, since they image him, alone I love. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Non più che il fuoco, il fabbro, il ferro istende, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Non più che il fuoco, il fabbro, il ferro istende, al concetto suo caro e bel lavoro. Né senza fuoco, alcuno artista l'oro al sommo grado suo raffina e rende, né l'unica fenice se riprende, se non primarsa. Ond'io, s'ardendo moro, spero più chiar resurger tra coloro che morte accresce, e il tempo non offende. Del fuoco di chi parlo, o gran ventura, ch'ancor per rinnovarmi abbin me loco, sendo già quasi infra il numer de morti. O versa al cielo ascende per natura al suo elemento, e ch'io converso in fuoco sie. Come fie che seco non mi porti?
Sonnet 59, translated by Harford. By fire the artist molds the ductile steel into the beauteous forms his thought defines, and fire expels the alloys which else conceal the gold's pure luster, and its mass refines. Nor can the phoenix, matchless bird, resume its plumes except to burn. Be it my doom thus into death to burn, since heaven assigns triumph or death to such in realms of light. O death, how sweet! O conflagration bright! If thus resolved to ashes, upward springs the soul, no more a mortal home to claim, or rather, if transmuted into flame, which has by nature's law a heavenward aim, I'm wafted thither, on immortal wings. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Ben può talor col mio ardente desio di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Ben può talor col mio ardente desio salir la speme e non esser fallace, che s'ogni nostro affetto al ciel dispiace, a che fin fatto avrebbe il mondo Dio, qual più giusta cagion dell'amarti io è, che dar gloria a quell'eterna pace, onde pende il divin che di te piace, e ch'ogni cor gentil fa casto e pio. Fallace speme ha sol l'amor che muore, con la beltà ch'ogni momento scema, onde è suggetta al variar d'un bel viso, dolce e ben quella in un pudico core, che per cangiar discorsa odore estrema non manca, e qui c'apparri il paradiso.
Sonnet 60, translated by Wordsworth. Yes, hope may with my strong desire keep pace, and I be undiluted, unbetrayed. For if of our affections none find grace in sight of heaven, then wherefore hath God made the world which we inhabit? Better plea love cannot have than that in loving thee, glory to that eternal peace is paid, who such divinity to thee imparts, as hallows and makes pure all gentle hearts. His hope is treacherous only whose love dies with beauty, which is varying every hour, but in chaste hearts, uninfluenced by the power of outward change, there blooms a deathless flower that breathes on earth the air of paradise. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Quando il ministro dei sospirmetanti di Michelangelo Buonarroti, in morte di Vittoria Colonna. Quando il ministro dei sospirmetanti al mondo, agli occhi miei, a sé si tolse, natura che fra noi degnarlo volse, restò in vergogna, e chi lo vide in pianti. Ma non come degli altri oggi si vanti del sol, ch'allor ci spense e tolse morte, ch'amor ne vinse, e farlo il tolse in terra vivo, e in ciel fra gli altri santi. Così credette morti iniqua e rea finire il suon delle virtute sparte, e l'alma che men bella esser potea, contrari effetti, alluminan le carte di vita più che in vita non solea, e morto ha il ciel, ch'allor non avea parte.
Sonnet 62, translated by E.C. On the death of Vittoria Colonna. When she who was the cause of all my sighs departed from the world, herself and me, nature, who fain had made us worthy her, rested ashamed, and who had seen her wept, but let not boastful death, who quench the light of this our son of sons, be all too vain, since love hath conquered him, and let her live, both here on earth and 'mong the saints above. It seemed a cruel and unrighteous thing for death to make her scattered virtues dumb, and bear her soul where it might show less fair. But, contradiction strange, her writings now make her more living than she was in life, and heaven receives her dead, where she had else no part. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Giunto è già il corso della vita mia di Michelangelo Buonarroti, a Giorgio Vasari, 1554. Giunto è già il corso della vita mia, con tempestoso mar per fragil barca, al comun porto, ova render si varca conto e ragion d'ogni opera trista e pia, onde l'affettuosa fantasia che l'arte mi fece idolo e monarca, conosco or ben quant'era d'error carca, e quel ch'a mal suo grado ognom desia. Gli amorosi pensier, già vani e lieti, che fieno or sa tua morte m'avvicino, d'uno sol certo e l'altra mi minaccia, né pinger né scolpir fia più che quieti l'anima volta a quell'amor divino ch'aperse a prender noi in croce le braccia.
Sonnet 65 to Giorgio Vasari, 1554. Translated by Hazlitt. Well nigh the voyage now is overpast, and my frail bark through troubled seas and rude draws near that common haven where at last of every action, be it evil or good, must due account be rendered. Well I know how vain will then appear that favourite art, sole idol long and monarch of my heart, for all is vain that man desires below. And now remorseful thoughts the past upbraid, in fear of twofold death my soul alarms, that which must come, and that beyond the grave. Picture and sculpture lose their feeble charms, and to that love divine I turn for aid, who from the cross extends his arms to save. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Non è più bassa o vil cosa terrena di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Non è più bassa o vil cosa terrena che quel che senza te mi sento e sono, onde all'alto disir chiede perdono la debile mia propria e stanca lena. De porgi, signor mio, quella catena che seco annoda ogni celeste dono. La fede, dico, a che me stringo e sprono, né mia colpa, no grazia intiera e piena. Tanto mi fia maggior quanto è più raro il don dei doni, e maggior fia se senza pace e contento il mondo in sé non ave. Poche non fusti del tuo sangue avaro, che sarà di tal don la tua clemenza, se il ciel non s'apre a noi con altra chiave.
Sonnet 67, translated by Harford. No earthly object is more base and vile than I, without thee, miserable am. My spirit now, midst errors multiform, weak, wearied, and infirm, pardon implores. O Lord Most High, extend to me that chain which with itself links every gift divine. Chiefest to faith I bid my soul aspire, flying from sense whose path conducts to death. The rarer be this gift of gifts, the more may it to me abound, and still the more, since the world yields not true content and peace. By faith alone the fount of bitter tears can spring within my heart, made penitent. No other key unlocks the gate of heaven. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Carico d'anni e di peccati pieno di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Carico d'anni e di peccati pieno, e col tristo uso radicato e forte, vicin mi veggio all'una e l'altra morte, e parte il cor nutrisco di veleno, né proprie forze ho ch'al bisogno sieno per cangiar vita, amor, costume o sorte, senza le tu divine e chiare scorte, più che da noi, per noi qui guida e freno. Non basta, Signor mio, che tu m'involi di ritornar là dove l'alma sia, non come prima di nulla creata, anzi che del mortal la prive e spogli, prego m'ammezzi l'alta e erta via, e fia più chiara e certa la tornata.
Sonnet 70, translated by Harford. Borne down by weight of years, and full of sin, and in bad habits rooted and confirmed, to one and other death I'm drawing near, and still on poison partly feed myself, nor have I, prompt for use, the needful power my life, love, manners, and my lot to change, without thy aid enlightening and divine, to my fallacious course a guide and curb. O Lord, but thou must do for me far more than to invite my soul there to return, where out of nothing it was formed by thee. Before this mortal frame thou layest low, so by repentance smooth for me the way, that this return to thee be sure and blessed. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Te fammiti vedere in ogni loco di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Te fammiti vedere in ogni loco, se da mortal bellezza arder mi sento, appresso al tuo mi sarà foco ispento, e io nel tuo sarò com'ero in foco. Signor mio caro, ite sol chiamo invoco, contra l'inutil mie cieco tormento. Tu sol può rinnovarmi fuore e trento le voglie e il senno e il valor lento e poco. Tu desti al tempo ancor quest'alma diva, in questa spoglia ancor fragile e stanca l'incarcerasti, e con fiero destino, che possio altro che così non viva? Ogni ben senza te, Signor, mi manca, il cangiar sorte e il sol poter divino.
Sonnet 72, translated by E.D.C. O make me see thee, Lord, in every place. It burns my heart, to mortal beauty bent, near mine will be that earthly ardor spent, and I aflame again with heavenly grace. O my dear Lord, thee I evoke and call against my blind and unavailing pain without. Within, thou canst renew again my will, my sense, my strength so prone to fall. Thou gavest once to time the spirit divine, clothed in this frail and heavy dress. Imprisoned here and subject unto law, what can I do to change this state of mine? Naught without thee avails my heart to bless. A power divine alone for me new lot can draw. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Scarco d'un'importuna e grave salma di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Scarco d'un'importuna e grave salma, Signor mio caro, e dal mondo disciolto, qual fragil legno a te stanco mi volto, dall'orribil procella in dolce calma, le spine e chiodi e l'una e l'altra palma, col tuo benigno umil pietoso volto, prometton grazia di pentirsi molto, e speme di salute alla trista alma. Non mirin con giustizia i tuoi santi occhi il mio passato, e il gastigato orecchio non tenda a quello il tuo braccio severo. Tuo sangue sol mie colpe lavi e tocchi, e più abbondi quant'io son più vecchio, di pronta ita e di perdoni intero.
Sonnet 73, translated by Wordsworth. Eternal Lord, eased of a cumbrous load, and loosened from the world I turn to thee, shun like a shattered bark the storm, and flee to thy protection for a safe abode. The crown of thorns, hands pierced upon the tree, the meek, benign, and lacerated face, to a sincere repentance promised grace To the sad soul give hope of pardon free. With justice mark not thou, O light divine, my fault, nor hear it with thy sacred ear. Neither put forth that way thy arm severe. Wash with thy blood my sins, thereto incline more readily, the more my years require help and forgiveness speedy and entire. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Vorrei voler, Signor, quel ch'io non voglio, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Vorrei voler, Signor, quel ch'io non voglio. Tra il fuoco e il cor di accio un vel s'asconde, che il fuoco ammorza, onde non corrisponde la penna all'opre e fa bugiardo il foglio. Io t'amo con la lingua e poi mi dolio, ch'amor non giunge al cor, né so ben onde apra l'uscio alla grazia che s'infonde nel cor, che scacci ogni spietato orgoglio. Squarcia il vel tu, Signor, rompi quel muro che con la sua durezza ne ritarda il sol della tua luce al mondo spenta. Manda il preditto lume a noi venturo, alla tua bella sposa, acciò ch'io arda, e te senza alcun dubbio il cor sol senta.
Sonnet 75, translated by J.S.D. Fain would I will, O Lord, what I'm not willing. Twixt fire and heart a veil of ice is hidden, damping the fire. Agreement thus forbidden between my pen and works makes false each leaf. I love thee with the tongue, then count it grief that love not reaches to the heart, since so is hid the door to grace, whereby the heart were rid of impious pride its inmost temple filling. Rend thou the veil, O Lord, break down this wall, which by its hardness keeps retarding so thy holy sunshine in the world gone out. O send the light, so long foretold for all, to thy fair bride, that so my soul may glow and feel thee inwardly, and never doubt. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Mentre m'attrista e duol parte me caro, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Mentre m'attrista e duol parte me caro il pensier del passato, s'al cor riede mie miserie e peccati, e ragion chiede del tempo perso, onde non è riparo. Caro me sol, per cansi morte imparo, quanto ogni uman diletto ha corta fede, tristo me, che trovar grazia e mercede nell'ultim'ora è pur dubioso e raro, che ben che alle promesse tue s'attenda, creder, Signore, è troppo grande ardire, ch'ogni gran tardità pietà perdoni, ma pur par dal tuo sangue si comprenda quanto infinito fu il tuo gran martire, senza misura sien tuo cari doni.
Sonnet 77, translated by Harford. Much it afflicts, and yet it soothes my mind to dwell upon each thought of time gone by, which memory recalls. Though reason mourns the irreparable ill of wasted hours, it soothes me when the thought of death suggests how brief, how transient is each human joy. It grieves me, since I scarcely dare to hope pardon and grace, thus late for all my sins. Despite thy promises, O Lord, 'twould seem too much to hope that even love like thine can overlook my countless wanderings. And yet thy blood helps us to comprehend that if thy pangs for us were measureless, no less beyond all measure is thy grace. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
La forza d'un bel viso a che mi sprona, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Imperfetto. La forza d'un bel viso a che mi sprona? Ch'altro non è ch'al mondo mi diletti, a scender vivo fra gli spirti eletti, per grazia tal ch'ogni altra par men buona. Se ben col suo fattor l'opra consuona, che colpa vuol giustizia ch'io n'aspetti, s'amo, anzi, ardo, e per divin concetti onoro e stimo ogni gentil persona.
Sonnet 81, Imperfect. Translated by Wordsworth. Wrapped above earth by power of one fair face, hers in whose sway alone my heart delights, I mingle with the blest on those pure heights where man, yet mortal, rarely finds a place. With him who made the work, that work accords so well, that by its help and through his grace I raise my thoughts and form my deeds and words, clasping her beauty in my soul's embrace. Bracket. Thus if from two fair eyes mine cannot turn, I feel how in their presence doth abide light, which to God is both the way and guide, and kindling at their lustre, if I burn, my noble fire emits the joyful ray that through the realms of glory shines for aye. Close bracket. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Ben sarien dolce le preghiere mie, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Imperfetto. Ben sarien dolce le preghiere mie, se virtù mi prestassi da pregarte. Nel mio fragil terren non è già parte da frutto buon che da sé nato sie. Tu sol se seme do precaste pie, che là germoglian dove ne fa parte, nessun proprio valor può seguitarte, se no gli mostro le tue sante vie.
Sonnet 89, Imperfect. Translated by Wordsworth. The prayers I make will then be sweet indeed, if thou the spirit give by which I pray. My unassisted heart is barren clay, that of its native self can nothing feed. Of good and pious works thou art the seed, that quickens only where thou sayest it may. Unless thou show to us thine own true way, no man can find it. Father, thou must lead. Bracket. Do thou, then, breathe those thoughts into my mind, by which such virtue may in me be bred, that in thy holy footsteps I may tread. The fetters of my tongue do thou unbind, that I may have the power to sing of thee, and sound thy praises everlastingly. Close bracket. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Oimè, oimè, ch'io son tradito, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. Oimè, oimè, ch'io son tradito da giorni miei fugaci, e dallo specchio, che il ver dice a ciascun che fiso il guarda. Così n'avvien chi troppo al fin ritarda, come ho fatto io, che il tempo m'è fuggito. Si trova come me in un giorno vecchio. Né mi posso pentir, né m'apparecchio, né mi consiglio con la morte appresso, nemico di me stesso, inutilmente i pianti e sospir verso, che non è danno pari al tempo perso.
Canzonet 3. Translated by Harford. Ah, woe is me! Alas! When I revolve my years gone by, wearied, I find not one wherein to call a single day my own. Fallacious hopes, desires as vain, and thoughts of love compounded and of lovers' woes. No mortal joy has novelty for me. Make up the sum. I know, I feel 'tis so. Thus have I ever strayed from truth and good. Where'er I go, shifting from right to left, denser the shades, less bright the sun appears, and I, infirm and worn, am nigh to fall. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Io crederrei se tu fussi di Sasso, di Michelangelo Buonarroti, alla sua donna. Io crederrei, se tu fussi di Sasso, amarti con tal fede ch'i potrei farti meco venir più che di passo. Se fussi morto parlarti farei, se fussi in ciel ti tirerei a basso, co pianti, co sospir, co priegi miei. Sendo vivo e di carne, e qui tra noi, chi t'ama e serve, che de creder poi?
Stanza 2. To his lady. 1. Translated by E.C. Methinks though thou wert stone, the charm I'd know, so strong and faithful is my love for thee, to lead thee with me wheresoe'er I go. If thou wert dead, I'd make thee speak to me. Wert thou in heaven, I'd draw thee down below with sighs and prayers and tears of agony. But since as living flesh thou here dost dwell, what hopes may not be his who loves thee well? End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Ancor che il cor già mi premesse tanto, di Michelangelo Buonarroti. In morte di Lodovico Buonarroti, suo padre, essendo già morto Buonarroto suo fratello, imperfetto. Ancor che il cor già mi premesse tanto, per mio scampo, credendo il gran dolore n'uscissi con le lagrime e col pianto, fortuna al fonte di cotale umore, le radici e le vene ingrassa e impingua per morte, e non per pena o duol minore col tuo partire. Onde convien distingua dal figlio prima e tu morto di poi, del quale or parlo, pianto, penna e lingua. L'un m'era frate, e tu padre di noi, l'amore a quello a te il debito strigne, non so qual pena più m'affligga o noi. La memoria il fratel pur mi dipigne, e te sculpisce vivo in mezzo il core, e più ch'allor pietà il volto mi tigne. Pur mi quieta che il debito calore pagò il mio frate acerbo, e tu maturo, che manco duole altrui chi vecchio muore. Tanto all'increscitor men aspro e duro esser diel caso quant'è più necesse, là dove il ver dal senso è più sicuro. Ma chi è quel che morto non piangesse suo caro padre, che veder non mai quel che vedea infinite volte o spesse? Nostri intensi dolori e nostri guai son come più e men ciascun li sente, quant in me posson, tu, Signor, tel sai. E se ben l'alma la ragion consente, tien tanto in collo che via più abbondo, poi dopo quella in esser più dolente. E se il pensier nel quale mi profondo non fussi che il ben morto in ciel si ridi del timor del morire in questo mondo, crescere il duol, ma dolorosi stridi temprati son d'una credenza ferma, che il ben vissuto a morte me s'annidi. Nostro intelletto dalla carne inferma è tanto oppresso, che il morir più spiace quanto più il falso persuaso afferma. 90 volte è il sol suo chiara face, prima nell'ocean bagnata e molle, che tu sia giunto alla divina pace. Or che nostra miseria e il ciel ti tolle, increscati di me che morto vivo, come tuo mezzo qui nascer mi volle. Tu sei del morir morto e fatto divo, né temor più cangiar vita né voglia, che quasi senza invidia non lo scrivo. Fortuna e il tempo dentro a vostra soglia non tenta trapassar, per cui s'adduce fra no dubbia letizia e certa doglia. Nube non è che scuri vostra luce, l'ore distinte a voi non fanno forza, caso o necessità non vi conduce. Vostro splendor per notte non s'ammorza, né cresce ma per giorno, benché chiaro, sia quanto il sol fra no il caldo rinforza. Nel tuo morire e il mio morire imparo, Padre mio caro, e nel pensier ti veggio dove il mondo passar ne fa di raro. Non è, come alcun crede, morte il peggio a chi l'ultimo dì trascende al primo per grazia, eterno appresso al divin seggio. Dove, die grazia, ti prosumo e stimo, e spero di veder, se il freddo core mia ragion tragge dal terrestre limo. E se tra il padre e il figlio ottimo amore cresce nel ciel, crescendo ogni virtute.
Translated by E.D.C. Triplet 3. On the death of his father, Lodovico Buonarroti, which followed soon on that of his brother, 1534 or 1536. Imperfect. Deep grief such woe unto my heart did give. I thought it wept the bitter pain away, and tears and moans would let my spirit live. But fate renews the fount of grief today, and feeds each hidden root and secret vein by death that doth still harder burden lay. I of thy parting speak, and yet again for him, of thee who later left me here, my tongue and pen shall speak the separate pain. He was my brother, thou our father dear. Love clung to him, and duty bound to thee, nor can I tell which loss I hold most dear. Painted like life, my brother stands to me. Thou art a sculptured image in my heart, and most for thee my cheek is tinged with piety. Thus am I soothed. Death early claimed the part my brother owed, but in full ripeness thou. He grieves us less who doth in age depart. Less hard and sharp it is to death to bow as growing age longs for its needful sleep, where true life is, safe from the senses now. Ah, who is he who sadly would not weep to see the father dead he held so dear, he ever, living still, in frequent sight did keep? Our griefs and woes to each alone are clear, as more or less he feels their fatal power. Thou knowest, Lord, to me the loss how near. Though reason holds my soul some calmer hours, 'tis by such hard constraint I bind my grief, the lifted clouds again more darkly lower. And but this thought can give my heart relief, that he died well, and resting, smiles in heaven on death that brought in life a pain so brief. For deeper grief would grow and crush me even, did not firm faith convince my innermost mind, living well here, he nests himself in heaven. So closely doth the flesh and spirit bind, that death the weary heart can most oppress, when erring sense forbids the truth to find. Full 90 times in ocean's deep recess of cooling shade the sun its torch had laid, ere peace divine thy weary heart did bless. O pity me who now art left here dead, O thou through whom heaven willed me to be born, since heaven at last thy suffering life has stayed. Divine thou art, death of death's power is shorn, nor fearest thou life's changes evermore. I write almost with envy, here forlorn. Fortune and time, which brings us grief so sure, with joy uncertain, claim no more their right. Their fickle changes enter not your door. There is no cloud to dim your shining light, no chance nor need to bind your onward way, no time to urge you with its rapid flight. Your splendor changes not by night nor day, though dark the one, the other heavenly clear, nor when the sun sends down its warmer ray. By thine own death, O Father ever dear, I learn to die, and see thee in my thought, where the world rarely lets us linger near. Think not, like some, death only evil wrought, to one whom grace to God's own seat has led, and from the last day to the first has brought. Where thanks to God thou art, my soul has said, and hopes to meet thee if my own cold heart by reason rises from its earthly bed. And if 'twixt son and father love's best art grows yet in heaven, as every virtue grows. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Sonnet after the death of Cecchino Bracci by Michelangelo Buonarroti, translated by John Addington Symonds. Read for LibriVox.org by Martin Geeson. To Luigi del Riccio. Scarce had I seen for the first time his eyes, which to your living eyes were life and light, when closed at last in death's injurious night, he opened them on God in paradise. I know it, and I weep, too late made wise. Yet was the fault not mine, for death's fell spite robbed my desire of that supreme delight, which in your better memory never dies. Therefore, Luigi, if the task be mine to make unique Cecchino smile in stone for ever, now that earth hath made him dim, if the beloved within the lover shine, since art without him cannot work alone, you must I carve to tell the world of him. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.